Hello and welcome back to the NECC Challengers Division. Here, it's week 5, and things are still starting to heat up. We're having a better understanding of where these teams are stacking up in the leaderboards, but right now we have a little bit of a fairy tale type battle. We'll get to that in just a few moments because I'm Los, joined in by my main man, Vincent.
What's going on, man? I am pumped for this one, and you kind of gave us a little bit of a preview there, but I'll break it down. It's the Gothic Knights taking on the Dragons. Feels like a matchup made for the storybook, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. We'll see if this story lasts as long as we want, or it's a little jaunt before we go to sleep. We're talking a best of 3 here between Howard Community College and NJCU Gothic Knights. Exciting stuff, but this is going to be a interesting matchup specifically because the NJCU, they haven't been able to get a win yet so far. Currently 0-4, but they just came off their closest, almost a win moment. Took it to map 3, triple OT against East Stroudsburg University, but just couldn't close it out. On the other hand, the Dragons, they've been doing quite well for themselves so far in this season.
Yeah, they have. I mean, they're currently sitting at a 3-1 record, and that one loss was to the number 1 seed, UMW Esports. They actually took a map off them as well, the only map that number 1 seed has lost thus far in the NECC. So a pretty impressive showing, and those were all very close with the overtimes included. So we get down to it. This is a very strong Howard College going up against an up-and-coming NJCU where the Gothic Knights really looking to try and do something to get themselves out of the red. They're currently winless, so we'll see who will be taking the pitch, though, as we get into the rosters. Well, let's talk about Bandit. It's Toshi, Yi, Ever Imagine, and Uni going in for Howard. And if we flop things over to the other side, let's take a look at NJCU, Los.
Well, we've got Justin, Swahili, Yanban, Sasha, and Indefex. So I'm definitely looking forward to these players stepping up because there's the potential, right, Vincent? There's the potential for this team to step up and take their first victory because they must be mad. I would be absolutely fuming if I'm going to lose in the closest instance that we've had so far in this season. They got to be hitting the scrims. They got to be getting that practice ready. And I think Howard, they might look at this scoreline in general thinking this might be a breeze for them, but I certainly don't think that'll be the case, and we can take a look at the map graphics in just a few moments just to see where exactly we're going to be headed.
Yeah, and, well, we have said goodbye to Icebox to my pleasure, as I would love not to go there, and we won't be. FractureCon as well, and it's going to be Ascent to start us out as well. I think this is going to be interesting, and then we'll head towards Bind. Haven should we need it, but, you know, I feel like that is a big if today, but I do want to bring one thing to your attention. The losses this season for this squad, 3 out of 4 of them have been to teams currently sitting in that top 5 in the Challengers Metro division. So, you know, in JSCU, they've definitely lost some games, but they played close against ESU, and all the rest of the teams that they've played this season have been top 5 teams. Adding this one to their belt, now their 4th top 5 team that they'll be playing, which, I mean, we're in week 5. That's a pretty darn hard schedule, if you ask me.
They've been put through the ringer, but I would say the best way to get better is by playing against stronger opponents. So maybe this has all been about preparation for the Gothic Knights, but this is the second half, or we're about to enter that second half territory, so things may seem to be a bit easier. We don't know, really, since we haven't checked them out ourselves here on stream. We don't know what they're capable of bringing to the table, but I want to go back to the map pool. Like, this is going to be the most simplistic Valorant map pool of all time. Really, this is Valorant vanilla right here. You've got all the fancy maps out of the way, so this is something that everybody should be comfortable with. I'm definitely curious to see how it goes, but when we're talking about Ascent, we're talking about Bind, it's going to be about those tight sight lines that if there isn't the ability to break through that, some serious aggression coming from the Gothic Knights, then it is going to be very difficult for them to break through against the Dragons.
Yeah, and well, of course, the Dragons picking out that map, I mean, it also is going to, I think, make it a little bit more difficult. But, you know, kind of piggybacking off the point that you were making there, in that it is a bit of a classic, I think that that does go in the favor of NJCU. The fact that this is a map that everyone plays and tends to play pretty often. I can't even think of a collegiate team off the back of my head that like perma bans Ascent. That's just not something that happens. So for that reason, I do think that, you know, the pick, so to speak, and how effective it will be might be lessened just to a small by a small amount.
Only time will tell. Regardless, we're still waiting to get into Ascent. But I'm wondering, you know, we've seen the inclusion of Astra being brought into play, a lot more Astra focus on Ascent. Is this going to be a mainstay? Because, I mean, you've seen the Mage trailers. I've seen the Mage trailers. I don't even know how his abilities work. I've seen them. I can understand them, but I don't truly understand them, you know?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, we're not gonna have to worry about that for a little while here, but you know, I do think that Astra for right now is still a pretty solid pick on Ascent specifically. I think we've been seeing it picked up more often, especially just as a way to combine, you know, some of that utility that we see pulled out by Fade. But I think that there's a lot to like, but we are getting in towards the game, it looks like, and that is where agent select will happen. So we'll get the chance to see exactly what is going down. Right now, Sasha is looking to maybe go towards an Omen, which I think is valid as well. So we'll see what you elects to go for.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Yee's name, and that is so throwing me for a loop right now. It feels like I'm trying to solve a mystery, a riddle. Maybe,
Yeah, some sort of ancient hieroglyph.
yeah. The mystery is that they're not going controller at all. Bandit Baka, perhaps, will take on that role in Omen on Omen action, which I would always like to see, but now I'm just gonna stop talking until I lock in. How do I? Why does this happen every time, Fitson? Why do I fall for it every time?
They bait us in, and then we still do it every time. It is funny.
Okay.
See, look, they heard. They were aware. In JCU, come on, man. What do we do? We're sorry. But yeah, I think it is going to be going to be interesting regardless, because regardless if we do see that Astro or not, I think that Omen works just fine. And especially if you're going to go for a Fade, which is not always picked out here, you can feel a lot of the like crowd control that Astra would fill.
Yeah, it feels like you don't need to have that much CC. I mean, it could be good. It could be very helpful in terms of taking on sites, clearing out those corners, what have you. But regardless, we get a nice view of Breeze here. Not going to Breeze, but enjoy it while you can. The summer is ending, or the summer is over. We're not going to get that nice hot weather.
I was about to say, Peak is out here trolling us, our producer. We thought we were going to Ascent. We are going to Ascent, but we just get a peek at the the nice beach. You know, we're like, oh yeah, beach. That could be where you are. Nope, just kidding. It's where we're at. Not that you know, I wouldn't love to visit a city in the sky. That is pretty neat, but you can't beat the beach.
Yeah, I think NECC is having a LAN. They're getting an airship for the grand finals. We're gonna fly to Ascent. We'll be on location.
Oh wow, that's impressive. Definitely not just a troll from your boy Los.
Quote me on it. Sure.
Okay, only Los. Vincent is not part of that quote.
Say what you want, but regardless, we got a little activity over by B. Miles might be the launching point. We've seen mid a big strong defense being held there, because immediately Ever Imagine says, nope, we're not doing that.
This is just a standard collegiate attack round. Every collegiate team does this on Ascent. Straight up through mid, into market, and on to B.
Toshi with the flash drive perfectly keeps them out of harm's way. Like, followed up with at least one, but the double swing leaves that as one. Yay. Or Yee. Last one alive. They're going to walk right to shot in the back of the head. Rather not. They check the corner, but Vikas is there for the kill anyway.
Indeed, and you know, there's a reason that it's a classic. By the way, I was on a different show last week, and I made a bet on Ascent that one of the other collegiate teams would do this strategy, and that was the one time they didn't do it, which made me sad. But I'm glad that, you know, in JCU they've brought it back. They've made it, and listen, we saw how effective it is. It's just a good strategy. You almost certainly leave mid open, or if you don't leave it open, you're just committing one player there, and they aren't going to be committing towards fights very often. So it just is a really good way of taking a lot of space and crunching into that B site.
Interesting. Nice use of that dark cover by Bandit, just in case they want to run it back up mid, give them another dark cover to walk through. But now they're fresh out from smokes. They don't have any to stop this upcoming push, but I think there'll be enough time for that thing to regenerate.
Push to clear out wine area, like the fragment, into that position.
Shadows traveling.
Should be an easy way onto the site. There's only one player at Jenny, and that's going to be Sweely, taking the space. And like a flash, it's quickly going to be denial. And oh, are you kidding me?
And they picked up the guns! If Bandit can stay alive, I mean, that's only a transfer into a shorty. Justin up top in heaven. Finish that one off, but maybe the headhunter can sing magic. It will not. Justin has to pick up the pieces in such a haphazard post plant. It wasn't even a post plant because Baka somehow got two.
I'm going to keep it a buck. I got very caught off guard by that. I couldn't believe that Bandit Baka went through that smoke. I mean, you know, the timing on it is solid, but you should only get one, right? Like, maximum. None, probably. But, you know, if you're lucky, you kill the planter before the spike gets down. Nope. He not only gets that frag, but comes away with a second as well. Massive damage done. The economy of the Dragons, rather, towards the Gothic Knights, is they were the ones to lose out a little bit. But Justin, one away from that no command so early on is something that I do wonder if it's going to come to a head here.
Well, it makes sense because you're going against that first rifle round. You want to give yourself the advantage. Just stay up on top. And speaking of staying up on top, Bandit on top of those boxes, able to take down the first kill. And that's a critical one because that's the one Vandal that they had purchased here on round 3.
Indeed, a big point of contention. For Imagine, just about to find some individuals available to take shots out here in mid.
For Imagine primed for it. Realizes the shot is there, but they don't want to commit too hard. Because they could get that tasty one tap on the Sheriff that would ruin everything. Justin walking through, even though they're hit with the Prowler, and the Seas will grab a few players, but not enough. Not enough vision there to secure a kill.
Great utility being put forth. That 0 point pushing back the opposition. And this Prowler is just to confirm if there's further information to be gained here. And uh-oh. Never Imagine they've caught it timing.
They've secured it, but where do they go from here? They all walked into Yee and the 4K to close out that bonus. The first victory for Howard. I'm not sure what even the plan was once they got into the defender spawn.
Well, I mean, it's not a bad idea to take that space in that area, but it was so clear that in JCU, they didn't have a clue there would be any further opposition. Once Ever Imagine got pushed back, they were like, well, okay, we have this spot, only they ran into the buzzsaw that is Yee and the Overheal. So just a little bit of miscommunication, or rather not quite understanding the commitment from the defense into that position, and Howard take it away courtesy of the quad kill.
Swahili, first one up. He wants to keep that record going. They lose out on the first duel. If they did secure that, might have been a trade put into place. But still, they want to do their due diligence, clear out wine, and consider for the moment a possible attack onto hey, oh, not even a chance given.
Bandit Baka is understandable why they're playing this controller role. Them and Smokes have an interesting relationship. Taoshi, very nicely done. But the problem is, being out in the open like that, it's so easy to find a trade.
Apple. Here with the reaggress. Gonna take back space away from the Knights. Paranoid doesn't make any connection. Spike is planted, and now they don't have too much time to prepare themselves for this re-engage.
Look at this flank from mid, though.
Last player standing.
It's coming in, but it shouldn't even matter now. That's so unfortunate. They could have taken advantage of the timing of the Dragons if they had gotten the kills on the site, but instead, that's not to be, and Apple is aware of this now, but it's irrelevant. All 3 players who made it onto site were able to defend it with a frag of their own.
Beautiful stuff, and it wasn't even a team effort there. It seemed that it was 5 individual duels secured by the Gothic Knights that gave them this round. And it's not playing to the idea that this is a 0-4 squad. Of course, this is literally just the beginning. But in the way that they've dealt with this rifle round the second after being dismantled by Yi and Defender spawned, it's good. It's good to see that they are bringing true strength here.
Well, I'll get back to that because it looks like things are going to heat up very fast. There's that null command that we were talking about. The push here coming to A.
Nice engage, and Swahili with the tailwind to clear the back site. They've taken A with ease, but Swahili maybe going a little too aggressive here, and they will be punished for it. Not expecting 2 players around that corner.
Not in the slightest, and Greedy Vikas has made his way in towards catwalk position, denied any sort of retake potential from Tree, and 2v4. It feels like maybe a save should be on the cards, but they're going to commit anyway.
Got the Vandal in hand. Ever Imagine wants to put it to use, but it'll be Justin and Jan Ban who let them feel their wrath. 4th round here for the Gothic Knights, and only 1 casualty.
Howard picking out Ascent, but I want to bring it back. You recall in our pre-show, Los, how I mentioned that NJCU, they've played, like, out of the 5 games that they're playing, 4 of those have been against top 5 teams in this conference. I went and did some looking as well, and it's interesting. Howard, well, they've actually picked up a forfeit win, and the rest of their games, all but one of them, have been against bottom 5 teams in this conference. So the potential for upset here, I think, in JCU is real.
Big moment to find out. Using that no command to stop their push. Another smoke placed by Bandit. They won't be around to defend it. At this point, no one is making any hard commitments to sight lines, to sites, or any pushes in either direction.
I do like that the Knights have slowed things down a little bit. They aren't too aggressive after that last round towards A as well. It could really be difficult. They were just going to continue that maneuvering, but Justin, through that smoke.
Toshi, however, on the speedway, not even dealt a single bullet in their direction. But Sasha, they made it to the back. They can provide a pinch here, and it's all of a sudden turned into a 2-on-2. Make that a 1v2. Sasha hit with the flash drive, and just not enough time to make an escape. It'll be Toshi pulling up with a 4K, no problem.
And I think that's sort of the conversation point that I've kind of come towards at the first 6 rounds of this series, and that is that Howard have the ability to come away with some of those individually incredible moments. And Toshi did one of those right there. Both of the rounds that we saw have been a quad kill from a player on the Dragons. This one, Toshi, before it was Yi. So a whole lot to think about. The individual prowess of these Dragons on display here.
Last time we saw a push, walking through the smoke was always a dangerous game. However, you don't have Bandit waiting in garden. They're on Cat. And this time, Vikas will win that duel. Previously lost out on that, losing their Vandal, but they hold on to it. They find success, and it's 2 picks earned by the Knights.
But it's actually a consistent area that Vikas has been. Yeah, lost out 1 round ago, but 2 rounds ago had that same position and took it away as well. So seems like a lot riding on that duel. This is a great rotation. Look, there's 3 players here for the defense. All of them grouped up here for the B hit.
Depending on fast this goes, could be a critical flank coming through, but I don't think it'll even be necessary. Just a very fast attack cuts down the remaining defenders. And in the end, it is Vikas who finds the shot in CT.
And it feels like that hold for the Dragons was pretty critical. They were in the right place, but they didn't get any frags, the exception being Yi, who was able to dismiss out, but then quickly got found out through the dark cover as well. So NJCU showing that they have a great hold of this attacker side. They know what's going on, and I think that the quality of those lurks from Vikas up catwalk and consistency with which we're seeing map control gained is huge.
First use. I thought that was an op for a moment. Not
Baited
quite
by
the
that
use
a lot.
from it was just a crosshair. That's what we switched into, or
I
maybe
know.
I just wasn't
No.
seeing it. But Apple,
No, you got baited, but you know.
let's see what they've got going around this corner. However, imagining a smoke to block off their vision, not the case. And hoping for any sort of sightline that provides a favorable shot, but they will find none. Sasha, though, enjoying a few kills. She might even get a few more as Bandit swings the corner, and she does.
Nice work from her on the not only entries, but the close here as well. I mean, I understand that was a bit of an eco round for the Dragons, but that's one of those rounds that really gives you confidence if you're an attack side. You walk up, everyone's had a moment. You know, Justin, Sasha, we saw early on, you know, get some of those individual successes, and definitely gives you a whole lot of confidence going into these next rounds. You've already got 6 with just 4 more rounds to go. There's every possibility for NJCU to take away this half.
You want to play? Let's play.
Only one more round to find at least a side, but Yi walking away with a critical victory. Removing that tour de force, getting information there's at least one more, so they're gonna keep things cool. And actually a smoke on either front to block off the entrances to sites.
Good news for the Gothic Knights is that they're not out of tricks yet. They did lose out on the tour de force, sure, and that's a heavy part of their kit, but you still have a Hunter's Fury. They could still gather some information with this from the shadows, so isn't nothing left for them. And this time, it's not going to be Vikas. It's going to be Sasha, who's lurking in towards this area at Catwalk, trying to gain this tree room and deny any retakes from that position.
Well, whatever utility is used, it's going to be spotted out by Yi. Use some information critical. Here comes the paranoia, but it just misses. They're in enough to be hit by that no command, so they can't make an escape either, as the dark cover blocks any escape route. Will be traded out, but in the end, Spike will still be planted. Bandit Baka, he's looking for some blood from Garden.
The Hunter's Fury no longer a possibility. They just got to do it with the bullets. There's nothing here, but a good crossfire of sorts. 3 players coming in for the retake. Dragons.
Dropping down. Apple sees the utility coming from Generator. Justin wins one. They might be able to win out the second, but regardless, Swahili whittles it down. Running out of ammo. They don't have enough. It's going into a pistol fight. And Apple wins it.
A little bit ridiculous for Justin to continue moving forward. They are trying desperately to get into position. And I think maybe a little bit of a mistake, all things considered. Could have fallen back around. Generator played the time. You can see there's only a minute and 80, minute? It's 1.83 seconds. I've done it. Left on the time for the defuse. Just a little bit of time, a little bit of playing around Generator could have been the difference there, but props to Apple for that right click jumping as well.
Playing a dangerous game when you're running into a classic duel, that's for sure. And unfortunately for the Gothic Knights, it'll only be a minor loss considering they still have some room to work with. So they can still end this first half with an impressive lead.
Certainly on there. Ooh. A little bit less than ideal weaponry in the hands of Yi, and was hoping to get one and fall back. We've seen many times already. That not so successful this time out.
Never imagine not in a great position to be with a Spectre. Even so, they've got that escape route. Send out the Prowler just for a bit of info, but all the information they have is there's no shot of defending it by yourself in this moment.
The no command has been pulled, trying to deny post-plant utility, allow Apple to get into position with this tour de force, but Swahili has shut that down.
Confidence now with Toshi creating some space from tree, but it's shut down. Swahili coming out with a 4K. How many 4Ks have we seen this game?
So many, and that is the individuals just stepping up for both of these teams. This time it's Swahili making the moves around Generator, and it's just so phenomenal to see that for the Dragons. They try what they can, but it's just not quite enough. And there was the backup plan as well. Sasha was able to use from the shadows to get out of there and would have been able to play defense should it have been necessary. Nothing going the way of Howard in that one.
Unfortunate stuff, and now they're working with the bare bones. This is the big spender here. It's Toshi having this stinger. I won't give him exactly a lot of information, but hey, what's a nice shot with the headhunter? They might be able to follow up with a second, and they do. But it is a trade out. Yanban will walk out with 2 kills, but only 2 HP as well.
This trade's working pretty well. A little bit of a difficult spray there for Justin, but it's gonna find a suppression on Bandit, and I don't know that they're gonna expect Bandit here. Feels like right on the outside of that position, the right click, and the secondary to follow. A 1v1 here with 20 HP for Justin.
And they have to have that information of the damage dealt. Justin only needs 1 shot to the chest from the Classic, but I think there's a plethora of rifles for them to choose from coming in for the retake. Regardless, I don't know if Justin wants to actually commit to this, and in their indecision, they have lost out on the round.
Last round
And
before the switch.
Apple aggressing initially, getting 2 of those kills, and then at the back end, it was Bandit Baka who, despite being known, like, you gotta understand, the 0 point gave information that they were there, but whenever you're throwing that 0 point from market in towards the site, I think you always tend to assume that the player that gets scanned is in the site somewhere. But instead, Bandit is in front and just uses that classic, a right click into 2 headshots.
Great way to utilize opponents' information against them. That is a major lesson to be learned. Regardless, what can be found out here with Swahili on that Blade Storm? They lose out on the no command. Regardless, they still have the ability to bring them back. I don't know if the res will be put into place. It will. And now Yi, they want the blood. They've got the Empress pop. Don't even know that they walked onto the site. And it's a massacre unfolding before our very eyes.
Yeah, but there's a Hunter's Fury, and Vikas has the operator prepared and ready, but Yi's on a tear, defending this massively. Nobody's tapped on that spike. They're going to do it right now to try and pull out the Hunter's Fury. It's a fake! It's a fake, but Yi's holding the defuse. What a win! Another quad kill, and Los chalk another one up for Yi.
Switching sides.
Oh my lord, Yi. Coming out and saving 2 distinct rounds with 4Ks. Apple, they're a great placement just to ensure that they won't be able to make a challenging swing on the spike, but regardless, bag fumbled, or maybe bag secured if we're talking about that impressive 4K from the Reyna coming out from Howard.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would lean on the bag secured side of that, because just incredibly well played, overcomes everyone, and, you know, the whole point of pulling out that Hunter's Fury is just to try and bait it out, you know, have them jump off of the spike. It doesn't work. He just holds on to the defuse the whole time and then gets the quad at the very end. Oh, beautiful stuff to see. And are we gonna see this same play? Mid to B split. Here we go.
I mean, you've got Sasha here, but they're blocked off. She can't shoot through that dark cover. She does send out the paranoia. And a little bit of potential pressure from Toshi, realizing they've got the spike. Don't want to make that overcommitment. And walking out of market, it's starting already to be a Dragon's round. And Yi is furthering that notion.
The overheal as well makes this all the more deadly. The ghost in hand, and A little bit of a buff to that. Lear is just enough to give Yi a second frag.
Vikas now with a shorty. However, no angles covered that make this the incorrect move. Oh, and this may be perfect. Perhaps not. Regardless, going around with the shorty, and it does find a kill. And Swahili follows it up with a third. Toshi's all alone, and we've got Swahili looking to make that commitment, but Toshi, a 3K to save the day.
I mean, so many swings in that momentum there. Swahili with some phenomenal ghost work on towards the site. It's followed up by the fact that that shorty was close range, but it wasn't enough. Nice clutch there by Toshi, and 7-5. You got to give credit where credit is due. The Gothic Knights were able to put themselves up by rounds at halftime, but the Dragons have quickly turned that on its head, and with the classics and shorties invested here for the offense, for the defense, I'm getting the feeling that the Gothic Knights are probably going to be looking into a tied game after this round.
Anything can happen here at the NECC. Oh, no commitment. Vikas just has no vision. They can't make the shot with the shorty, but they'll go for it anyway after the dice rendezvous. Aren't finding any success with that one, as we'd expect.
One enemy remaining.
Any kills out of that, probably a blessing considering the investments. The Gothic Knights only take away a single one onto Bandit Baka, and like I said, a tied up scoreline, Los, and 7-7. I think that the win-loss of these two teams going into tonight, just to remind everybody, Howard's coming in at 3-1. They're only lost to the number 1 seed in this division, and then the Gothic Knights have yet to take a win. But I think that's a little bit of a bait. Not as one-sided as we had anticipated it by any means.
No, the stats don't tell the full story. At least you could gain a little bit of info just to try and guess around that. The verdict is that Gothic Knights are not going to go down quietly. They're putting up a major fight, and this time around, they've got rifles ready to face off against Ye. I don't even know how Swahili got a kill, but it's just a battle through the smokes.
Somebody's got to take it, and Swahili comes away victorious. I do like this maneuver from Yi. It's a little difficult to find at that range, but with the overheal, he's not worse for wear by any means. 3v4. The Empress available should it be necessary for Yi.
Sasha gonna have to deal with the smoke, but they wouldn't expect Toshi to walk in it. And now they've got more than one angle to deal with. They've got every angle working against them. But if Vikas just decides to go into sight, they can make it work. Stuck in market, it's Toshi. Sure, they've got this first kill, but they have to make a move. Vikas off the spike, waiting for the fight, but Toshi, in that quick peek, is able to secure the round, and Howard are on top for the first time.
Well, not to mention that, but now two rounds in the last 3. Toshi winning it out for the Dragons in a 1v2 clutch scenario. Your KO going absolutely ham here. And the Gothic Knights wondering what the heck has happened. How have they allowed it to go this far? Winning out the first half 7-5, and they're now down 8-7. And they're not looking good into this one. But the best chance on an eco is one when you have a judge. That's what the Gothic Knights have. That alongside a Blade Storm and a couple of Sheriffs means that by no means will this be easy.
Paranoia. What a good chance that they can walk away with one, and Yanban secures a second, able to make their way back to the site and running to provide some aid. It's Sasha sending out shots through the smoke, but they'll die as quick as they came.
Felt like a great start there. A little bit of overcommitment from that judge. Want to stick in that same angle, and now the Blade Storm alongside the last Sheriff remaining. Coming in from the flank, but 2v3, this is very winnable. The entire kit available here for NJCU. Just a 0 point, though, that can deny this Blade Storm.
They have one that would be critical, but it feels that it's too late to deploy it. Toshi right around the corner! unneeding of using that utility. But Justin, able to provide a huge moment. Only one shot needed, and they take it, and are able to bring back around.
Oh, man. That's a story of what ifs, maybe, but it feels like Toshi putting out that 0 point. Don't know exactly when it came up, because when we swapped, it was absolutely too late. You never want to be caught with a piece of utility in your hands. Feels like that could have sealed the round if it was up, though, when they were making their entrance. Hard to know. Regardless, might be a moment to look back on, to rethink. Regardless, though, 8-8. The Gothic Knights doing a phenomenal job of bringing that back. And another 1v1. You think about it, 4 rounds we've had in this half, and all but one of them have come down to a clutch scenario.
I see that this is anyone's game. And Toshi saying it's theirs this time, using that no command and a back and forth. Justin able to drop 2, but they will have that resurrection, so it's an unequal trade. The Dragons take the site, and they will be able to get the plant.
I love the decision from Yi just to continue moving forward, not to be the one to resurrect the null commanding KO on the ground. It means that they can take advantage of the space gained.
Red shot from Vikas. An opportunity for the Tour de Force to sing, but it won't be done. Stuck in a corner because of that Lear. They had no angle, no choice. 1-2. Paranoia sent to the dice. Realizing Yi is here by the generator. It's a trade. Apple, the last one alive in a situation. They've won it out, but this isn't a battle of classics. And Sasha will take around a second in a row for the Knights.
I mean, again, another 1v1 situation coming down to the wire, and the investment in there as well. You got to understand the Empress and the Null Command utilized by the attacking Dragons. They do everything that they can, but it's just not enough. And another big clutch. Sasha doing a phenomenal job of it. And the 1v1 connecting everything. 9-8 as the Gothic Knights retake the lead that they'd lost just a few rounds back. Look at this, Los. 5 players on the B side of the map, at least initially. 1 rotating off, but that recon bolt might have gotten quite a bit of info.
And even a little bit of damage, but nothing too serious. It is against Yi. You want to remove as much possibility for health and survival as you can with how they perform so far. Coming in with the Nightfall, Yi not finding the initial engagement, but gets a second in market and wants to extend that violence over into mid.
We've yet to see one of these super fast plays towards the B site, really. The Dragons.
Oh my God.
It is just brilliant. Yi taking advantage of the space gained off the back of the Nightfall, and nobody had any clue how fast Yi was making his way into market. And they take advantage with 3 frags, dissuading the entire retake squad in JCU. They had a couple of rounds there where, I mean, they were winning the 1v1s. But the problem is those were 1v1s, and you can see, Los, the money is not very forgiving when you're only winning 1v1s.
Looking to be double digits here for the Dragons. In this case, it doesn't seem that 1v1 will be given potentially a trade. At least some amount of close range encounters that'll lead to a shorty kill. I imagine. I hope. I want to see it. But at least you know that mid isn't going to be an option for you.
Yeah, gonna have to do some serious maneuvering to get around the operator there at top mid. You got that KO on a bit of a flank. That's Justin, I believe. Just kind of lurking, trying to deny any rotations through middle. Shout out Bulby for this great angle. I think us know exactly what's going on as the Prowler comes out. It's just a matter of time.
Yoshi taking a little bit of damage on their own utility. And I think that's a taunt, a bait. Come out, challenge me. Because now you've got 3 pairs of eyes looking down mid.
It absolutely is, but as you can see on the minimap, it's actually Howard who have done some maneuvering.
30 seconds left.
I think initially it was a fake, but then the realization has happened where JCU, they weren't in position, but now they are. 20 seconds. There's not a lot of time, Los.
They have to hold their ground and mark it, but the ground is given easily.
They gotta
Freely,
go.
almost. But I think at the very least, it
seconds.
has to
Gonna
be
get
one
denied.
kill. Vikas!
That's a
He
one.
denies it.
What?
Oh,
Finally.
oh my lord. That's just an embarrassing finish.
They took a gamble. They took a gamble, did Howard, that there would be nobody at the B site at all, and they didn't take into consideration the back boathouse player. Vikas says, all right, well, I mean, I'll just get this free kill, win the round. What a way to lose out, and that was a thrifty, wasn't it? No investment there from NJCU. The Gothic Knights just walk away with a free round, and I couldn't even say that it was anything particularly amazing they did. Howard beat themselves.
That was... That's a round that I think would be cause for a timeout because there was nothing that was enacted by the Gothic Knights that secured a victory. It was just playing it slow, but you won't see them play slow this time around. Follow it up. It's the leer. It's the speed. The Hunter's Fury might be a bit of an issue, though. It tags up at least two and finds a kill and never imagined.
I mean, 200 damage from the Hunter's Fury. I'd call that pretty solid. A fair trade as 3-on-3 and 2s after the take. But Yee, how many times are they going to let him do this? And at this point, thankfully, it's only going to be a single frag that Yee gets away with.
No command. Make its way as part of the retake. Are they going to expect someone from logs? It's actually Apple Q. Find the shot, but there won't be an opportunity for a resurrection. There will be no survival for the Knights as a repick earns them another kill and an equalizer here on Ascent.
Got to keep in mind, Los, this is Howard's map pick. They decided to go to Ascent. Thought they had it. He is sitting at 29 frags as well, but it is not even close when it comes to players right behind them. The thing is, it's still 10 to 10. It doesn't matter. He's popping off, and unfortunately, we're going to have to see something a little bit better.
Oh, there's a
That's better.
bit of an aggressive play here. Only working with pistols, though, so the Gothic Knights are looking to get some kills and essentially end this round as quickly as possible. To get to the next, get your rifles in hand, so there's a real play that can be made by the defending squad.
Yeah, I mean, this is just about getting, an exit or two, trying to keep money in a tight spot. Talked about it many a time, but okay. Didn't even notice that he had walked straight through mid, or must have.
A near headshot. Wait a minute. Oh, because not able to have lightning strike twice. They won't find 2 kills against Dia on that judge, and they'll be laid to rest. Only 1 round away from map point here on Ascent, though. Dragons not looking to extend this map any further than it has to go.
That's a fair point, Los, but I think you look at it from the other direction. Only 1 round away from the Gothic Knights tying this game right back up. And then it really goes to show how close this game has been. We're into a timeout. First timeout of this game, actually. Which is a little bit interesting considering how close it has been. No one really leading by more than a 2 or 3 round margin, I don't think.
No, the widest gap, I believe, was 6-2 in the first half, but
Yeah.
as soon as that was made, it was all about the Dragons climbing their way back to create an equal half, almost an equal half, the 7-5 to kick things off. But even so, this has been a very competitive map between the two teams, and honestly, it comes off the back of amazing gunplay coming out from Yi.
Yeah, I think a lot of credit does have to go to Yi into this one, just because if you look at where the scoreline was, before. Not that Yi hasn't been playing well all game, they have. But you look at the scoreline before some of those individual plays in the second half, especially. I mean, this B site has just been open. because of Yi how many times over. This is a gun round, Los. This is the gun round for NJCU. They need this. They need it bad.
What is happening here? This is such a risky play. We're talking about open sights. Well, A's completely open.
I love it.
And this is some next level information gathering. They're going to realize nobody's at B, nobody's home, and nobody's knocking. It's got to be A.
This could all turn on its head very quickly, though. I like the decision from the Gothic Knights to go for something a little bit different, a little bit wacky, a little weird. And this is the right kind of thing to go for, but Howard has set themselves up over towards A. And that 0 point is going to tell them there's no one here at all. They're going to take their way in here, and that's the risk that you take by going for something crazy like that. By putting 4 players towards mid, is you risk them walking into A for free.
Yeah, in a battle of patience, greedy Avikus loses out, and so does Jan Bon. And in the moment where they thought they were going to get the supreme jump on the Dragons, the Gothic Knights lose it all by offering an open sight instead.
You know, listen, obviously it's going to feel bad on rewatch for the Gothic Knights, but if there's a way to lose a map, I don't hate that at all. I think that was a really interesting call, and it's obvious that it ended up not going the way that they were looking for, but it could have just as easily been the precise moment. Got to give props to the Dragons for making the right decision, deciding to go towards A and finding themselves with an open sight and holding on to it.
Flash there to deter any push, and this is a familiar sight. Vikas with the judge. This is a last-ditch effort. There's no more chances, no more retries, and they don't have enough money to get a full buy. Now, smoke's gone.
Oh, but look at this. Phantom could be the difference maker.
Big kill for Sasha. She could walk out with her life. Make a solid play to give more support to B, because that's where we'll find some resistance. Jan Bon loses their life, and that's a spike plant secured.
Ever Imagine struggled all game long, has come away with a big entry in a very impactful round. That entry in the plant following gives the Nightfall there to be available. The Blades, they miss basically point blank, and Yi with another triple kill to confirm what I think is 35 frags or more in a regulation game of Valorant. That is a ridiculous stat line, to say the least.
I mean, who else would it be besides Yi to just close it out with a nice light triple? Just because they can. Yi has been a force to be reckoned with from the Dragons, and certainly the most standout player within this game so far.
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about that, but that's not the only player who's been standing out. I think you have to have a conversation specifically about Swahili. I think Justin, the clutch factor as well on Toshi was ridiculous in some of those early rounds in the half. I feel like, you know, with how close that map was and Howard just barely edging it out, this might go the distance. I'm getting that feeling.
No, I am right there with you, Vincent, and I'm wondering, you know, you made that mention about Ever Forward or Ever Imagine getting that crucial kill. If we have more involvement coming in from Ever Imagine, if we have a bit more struggles or a bit less struggles from Apple Q, if they start getting themselves involved in the rounds more, this could be a bit more one-sided. Not to say that Yi doesn't have help from them, but if they could step up a bit more in terms of those individual duels, it may be a very one-sided affair. But regardless, we'll see if either team can shape out and round out the edges of their roster. We're going to take a quick break before we head to map 2, so don't go anywhere. NECC Valorant returns after this. And welcome back to NECC Valorant. We're so happy to have you. It's week 5 here in the Challengers Division, and we've got NJCU Gothic Knights running up against the Howard CC Dragons. Currently, Howard on top, taking Ascent, but it was a very close one. And NJCU, their victory could be right around the corner as we head into Map 2 of Bind. I'm Los, coming back again with my main man, Vincent. What are we thinking in terms of Bind?
So there's a stat line that I want to reiterate here as we go into Bind, because I think that if you're just looking at the win-loss this season, you might be surprised at how close that first map was, but I think it makes a lot of sense. The number of teams that are top 5 in the division played by this Dragons roster, played by Howard, is just 1. Whereas the Gothic Knights, they have played a total of 4. So, or rather, 3 out of their 4 games. So it is a huge amount of good teams that this squad on the Gothic Knights side have played, and I think that's a lot of the reason why they've yet to take a victory tonight.
Well, there may be a change in the course of history as we look toward Map 2 of this best of 3, which very much could make its way to the final states of Haven. Regardless, we got some information now. I was refraining from commenting on the roster because you know exactly why. A few trickery players here in the Collegiate League, but we've got essentially standard duelist of Toshi.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much consistently are going to be seeing that Raze come out here on Bind. Would be surprised if Swahili doesn't actually lock that in. And otherwise, I mean, this is exactly the same composition that we saw back on Ascent. The exception being Toshi was on KO, now going for the double duelist, which in and of itself is a little bit weird. You don't necessarily see that double duelist all that often anymore, but you typically are going to see more initiators or more controllers, whether that be a Viper or working just like we see on the other side with the Gothic Knights, going more for the double initiator with the Fade in the sky. So maybe a little bit old school, but nothing wrong with old school if it works effectively for you. And with Yi playing the way that he was, I don't see why it couldn't.
I think that's incredibly important. We've talked about it many times. If you're comfortable with what you're going into the map with, then run with that. And it seemed that there was no one more comfortable in the role that they had than Yi running on the Reyna, because it gives that speed, it gives that versatility. You get that dismiss, you get the drain, you walk right into your opponents, and there's not much that they could do about it, especially when NJCU is looking down the face of true fear, that being Yi.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that this will come down to a couple of things, though, for Howard, right? If they are going to get a 2-0 here tonight, it's going to be about how well does he continue playing? Is that performance of 37 frags in regulation time on Ascent going to continue? And if it's not, how can Ever Imagine and Apple step up to the plate?
It's a critical role here to play if you're Apple. Into those movements. Swahili walking into a spray that they were not expecting. 3 players there to fight. Thankfully, able to walk away with a singular kill and don't have a complete loss regardless. This will be a full-on retreat by the Gothic Knights.
Yeah, they're down by a member, and that's going to change. Sasha doing some good work. Controllers duking it out on the site, but problem is both of the defenders are still sitting here alive and kicking, coming through the smoke. Is the timing not favoring the defense? The Gothic Knights trying to take that fight together, and I mean, great idea, Lewis. I love that, but it just doesn't work out. Nice shots from Apple.
I mean, that's exactly the player we were talking about, looking for them to step up, and they do, finding 3 kills. Neglecting to bring in the Headhunter, the smarter move. No need to limit yourself on the first round, especially if you're looking to play it fast, not needing to drop a trademark. And they'll keep that, not looking to make an upgrade, but potentially, and maybe a rush to buy the operator? Not quite sure.
It kind of looks like that's on the cards. Of course, can be risky. We'll see. The rest of the team buying up around it is good.
Oh my. Ever imagine, could not imagine 4 players waiting for them on the other side of that smoke. A quick retreat and back off. There might be a moment that Vikas jumps around the corner. Oh, they realize someone's there. And Vikas with the double right click earns themselves a Spectre.
Free gun, by the way. That is a free weapon right there. Spectre, not so free, but the shots, the connections, they certainly look like it for Yi. Players moving out on towards the A site. That's where the spike is planted.
Enemy remaining.
But Yi is kind of playing cleanup simulator here.
Oh, no way they win this. My lord. Yi, realizing this is way too far away for the Spectre to continue giving them luck, brings out the Ghost instead.
Yeah, I love that preemptive grab of the Ghost because, I mean, it is better at those long distances, more accurate, more damage, the headshot, you know, all of those things. But you just rarely see players thinking that fast in that moment. So pretty cool to see that. Could have been punished for it. Doesn't get punished and even finds the frag. Quad kills have been a pretty consistent theme, Los, and we're already starting there in round 2.
I mean, honestly, this is... We have to get a counter of how many quad kills come through. Apple, the first victim of the dream utility piece. But I don't even need to talk about that, because Swahili just gonna wake up, become violence. They didn't choose violence, they are it.
Love that paranoia from Bandit just to try and buy some time. But let's go back to, you called it the dream utility.
Yeah,
I wouldn't disagree. 4 players hit with the C's there, and a kill off the back of it is incredibly massive. Sets Swahili up perfectly for the quad.
You know, as time goes on, still 50 seconds left, Bandit may be able to make a good run for this round. Swahili, the lowest player in the first point of contact. However, there is the follow-up. That's going to be a big issue to deal with, but with a Phantom in hand, may not be that huge, especially because they're isolating themselves. Sasha, she peeks first. This could be horrible, but with the use of that dark cover, it gave a false sense of confidence for Bandit to walk out with the melee.
There's also not a lot of time needed to get that spike recovered in order to win that round, but yeah, ultimately, perfect setup there from the Gothic Knights. They do everything needed. The setup from Yanban and Swahili with the just perfection that was 4 players caught inside of the utility was just massive at the beginning of that round. You got a showstopper as well. Swahili farmed that up. But Yi has the Empress. We've already seen what that could do.
No commitments to it yet, but a paranoia just to clear out the cubby. No one will be awaiting them in that location. Seems to be a standard attack over onto A without any major smoke commitment. Swahili brought out the showstopper, but loses their head before they can even fire it off. A major loss for the Gothic Knights as they can't prevent anyone from walking on through A main.
Bring them down.
Yeah, but 4-on-4, that's a retake that I definitely would call very doable, especially with the confirmation. But oh no, the timing there. Yanban turns around. It's the wrong moment. But I don't know if they know Sasha's in here. Unfortunately, in the meantime, Dragons have thinned the herd. It's just 2 players remaining for the retake.
First active here if he wants to push their luck, and they'll walk outside of U-Haul. Just spray inside of the smoke, expecting Justin to retreat. Justin ultimately able to secure that kill, but in the end of the day, Howard does take a third after losing their bonus.
Yeah, and it feels like that's just kind of something that we see happen pretty often, right? You walk in for the bonus round, you're not working with the best of weaponry, and then you lose that, but then you have the cash to be able to rebuy, have the upgrades and everything else to go along with it. But I think also Bandit doing a really good job finding that timing on the flank, dissuading Yanban. I feel like that would have been the entry to a solid retake, was those 2 players in showers, and you cut that force in half, it's suddenly a lot less effective.
Speaking of force, another forced play down through a main. They have no problem making this. Yi just gonna run it all the way down. An absolutely absurd play, and they'll even extend it into CT. Might get shot in the back as a rotation occurs, but no, he's got the foresight to check again.
One enemy remaining.
Most ridiculous free fire there from Yi, and entirely flawless round as well from Howard Community College. These Dragons are absolutely dominating, at least at the start of this map. And, you know, we talk about the map picks and everything and how it's sent a map that everybody plays. You feel like Bind is sort of in that same boat, but certainly not quite to that degree. It seems that Howard are very comfy here. And Yi, I mean, that pre-fire was just outrageous.
It feels absurd just watching the gameplay coming from Yi. They'll continue to push the limits of the Gothic Knights' defense. But no one will be awaiting them here in Hookah. Simply the trademark. And no strong angles, no peaks that we're seeing from the Knights. They want to hold it together and play together, trade off each other. You can't allow anyone from the Dragons to get a kill and survive it.
Well, a little bit of aggression. Justin gonna get away with that kill and survive for now. As the Dragons unable to stop it. It did feel like that was what the Gothic Knights needed. They needed someone to be able to find some sort of aggressive maneuver and find the opening pick. Of course, might not be the ticket. The Nightfall still on the cards, and those Seekers being pulled out as well. Gonna continue to give information.
Cover going out.
Multiple players being spotted out. It's an immediate retreat from Sasha, but they drop the orbital strike. They're hit with the Nightfall, but that doesn't give too much information beyond that there is someone lurking around those dark covers. All in all, take the teleporter to retreat over to B and find themselves with ease of access for a plant.
So that's the danger if you're the defense, right? And you take the three quick telly in towards the A site. It's great for a fast rotate, but it's not so ideal if you're potentially gonna have another counter rotation. But it's worked out for now. NJCU have the advantage by 2.
Also doesn't want to make that commitment, but they will with the stim beacon. But it's only enough for Ever Imagine and Yi to find 3. And they're leaving it all up to Greedy Vikas. Stuffing Garden, the information is known, but they've turned it into a one-on-one. Yi hasn't moved their position. They've got their eye on the spike, and Vikas, as soon as it goes around, he sees the elbow and finds the shot onto Yi.
Time is close, though. Very close, and it's not enough. The 100th of a second, 3 of them is what stood between the Gothic Knights and another round victory. The Dragons take it away in nail-batting fashion as well. That is craziness. Just barely missing out, and that is a heartbreaking round.
I thought that was it. I thought that was a great clutch by Vikas, able to take down 2 forces from the Dragons, but no, time will be the ultimate enemy. And they lose another round, 5-1.
Wise man once said, time comes for all. And that is indeed what we saw happen there. That combo sees alongside the paint shells coming for Toshi consistently. It didn't time, but it certainly is a deadly factor.
Fire in the hole. Scout destroyed.
Well, destroying the scout and destroying Sasha. Pew able to take a nice flank and prevent it. We're looking at some absolute chaos here over on A site. So Healy able to gun down one of their opponents and still hiding behind the triple box, deferring that spike plant.
So we saw one player go for the teleport. They've rotated off. Toshi's going to follow up behind. We're going to see a rotation, but Apple sticks around to try and play defense. Going to think it's all clear, but ends up losing out on their life in the process. A 2v2 now with the Nightfall in the hands of Yanpon. The problem is the spike's been planted, and this is a long rotate. Otherwise, they got to be very loud, and that's going to be what they do. They even check this corner? Not at all. Check their corners is the takeaway from that one, I think, Los.
Oh boy. That was just an unfortunate end to that previous round. Especially with the commitment of the Nightfall, seeing, okay, nobody's in hookah. Or at least nobody we think is in hookah, not the angle they were expecting anyone to be in. And that is ultimately the angle that destroys them. Only 6-1, looking at a similar opposite scoreline than what we saw back on Ascent. Except this time, the Dragons are certainly feeling themselves.
Well, and I mean, I'd say that on the sight test here, Los, this feels a lot less competitive, right? Like, I felt like there was a lot more close rounds in that first half of map number 1, whereas here we've really seen the Dragons start to get out and start dominating. They've been walking into sites where nobody is home for a couple of different times. They've been able to use their utility effectively. We saw there. I mean, they rotated out, but the Dragons actually had a site if they wanted it. It was only that haunt that found 4 players and highlighted them all temporarily that made them rethink that acquisition.
Even in adjustment of sites, Dragons are able to take whichever they please. Looking forward, it will be a very difficult scenario for the Gothic Knights to claw their way back. This is a big time round for them. Major buy. If they lose out on this, it'll be Broke City once again. And a slippery slope until we see Howard Dragons get into double digits.
That's where I live, Broke City. I'm there. Swahili, not doing so poorly over there. Able to find the opening pick and showers. Could try and deny this as well.
Spike planted.
No, it's a good threat. It does even get a little bit of damage on Ever Imagine, but not enough. And this is always going to be a wacky retake. Fighting through a short as well as showers have to be on the opposite side of the spike.
Hulk out.
And it's not really a pinch, is it? It's just 2 fronts of a battle.
Yeah, the problem is that you can't apply pressure from 2 angles. That's the real issue.
Nightmare's over.
And the threat from one angle doesn't really disrupt the threat from another. And so, like you say, the pinch, not really so much a pinch. It's Apple for the triple kill. And, I mean, just to kind of hit that nail on its head one more time, Apple stepping up in a big way.
Yeah, no, there's no major disparity here in terms of kill sharing. Yi, at this point, would have hit potentially into 17 in that area of kills, but this is a much more spread out kill feed. Everybody from Howard is getting a piece of the pie. And Toshi, someone who had topped the leaderboards, is now cruising in the middle. And that's a good thing. You don't want the same 2 players, the same 1 player always being at the top. You want everyone to have that equal involvement and know that the skill is there, but everyone's just playing a different role.
Yeah, you don't want them to have to, or at least feel like they have to pop off for you to win. So important. And here's, something that I was mentioning, right? How many times have the Dragons walked into a site where there's very little resistance or no resistance whatsoever? Feels like pretty often on this map, and it's happened one more time.
And this is such a difficult site to retake, especially if you're coming all from CT. Now that there's no smokes to block off the vision, and it's only the Dragons who are giving those free peeks. So Hilly with a great 1-tap on the Sheriff, followed up by Justin. Oh my god! These shots are fantastic. Showstopper will actually make a connection this time, and the Dragons do secure their second loss, as the Knights will be able to defuse that spike, and a beautiful play indeed on the retake.
The Dragons been out breathing fire all map long, but it's now that they've run out of steam. Finally, the Knights have found an opportunity, an opening of sorts to get into this game. And after what was a 5-round drought, you got to appreciate that. But the other thing I think to appreciate, the Knights take a time out there and they instantly come back and win a round. That's the second time I think that's happened. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Knights were able to take advantage of a timeout and win the round after taking it on that first map. So something to keep in mind, to note. The impact of a good coach, of a solid staff behind you is absolutely imperative.
Speaking of getting behind the team, whether it's your own or the opponent's, the double stack in showers is a popular move, but this time it is expected. A flank will be made. So Healy sending out those paint shells again, hoping to stop Ever Imagine from planting the spike. It won't be the case. This is going to be a crazy moment. Toshi has to check the corner, but there will be a trade. Apple Q is there to provide that support and close it out.
Great work from Apple to be in position to go for that trade. Of course, it's still 3-on-3, and the tour de force is no longer in the cards.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my, nobody looking at site proper. I mean, it had to be Yi moving around, hoping to dance around the op of greedy Vikas. And this time, they won't run out of time. Another round for the Knights.
Yeah, second round in a row as well. And the second retake in a row at that. I was just going to make the point, prior to that retake, that it does feel like Gothic Knights are giving up a lot of space by allowing Howard to just walk onto A, get the spike planted every time. And they are, don't get me wrong. But if they're able to do what they did there, time up their retakes effectively, that's been the problem. They haven't been able to actually time up their positioning, and there they did, then it might not be an issue anymore. Whoa! Vikas! Talk about a statement shot if there ever was one. Tour de force, no more.
Huge victory in the sniper battle.
There's no one A. What?
Yeah.
Why?
I really don't know. But Toshi here to find the shot. They see the leg, but not enough to get the kill. Blast pack to give them a new angle. They've simply left their backside open. It's all up to Ever Imagine to stop 3 different points of attack for the retake. They're good for 1 shot and make it 2. And now the odds have been evened. If Toshi doesn't get pushed, this may be a huge victory, at least for Ever Imagine. The wall bang is there, and they secure an 8th round after a seemingly unwinnable moment.
Yeah, I mean, talk about, what was that, 2v5 or 2v4? One of the two. It's absolutely ridiculous that Ever Imagine gets away with that. And after Ever Imagine, I mean, listen, fair enough, struggled back on map number 1. I said needed to step up, and hasn't necessarily been ridiculous in the fragging department, but I think has absolutely been a huge difference in performance when it comes to the utility in this map versus the first, and now in the clutch as well.
Yeah, a massive moment for them. But this time, it's straight to business. They're making a hard hit onto A. The second this Nightfall comes in, that's a big deal. They have to make their regress and wait things out, because this is so much utility. It'll make your PC slow down.
Everything being put into this position in order to try and fight for the area. And to be fair, the Dragons, it did cost them quite a bit. A little bit of a weird timing, though, on that orbital strike. Felt like that could have been timed a little bit better. Oh, and Sasha's going to go down as well.
Last moment, they've got to use everything they can. And Swahili is putting it all down in this retake. But with the constant swings, the support from different angles, it's left greedy Vikas all on their own, not expecting Band to be on the boxes. And they won't secure a clutch, not again. Howard will end this first half 9-3.
We saw the individual clutch moments from the Dragons in map number 1, and it's happened once more here with Bandit taking the lead in the clutch. The 1v1 there. It's understandable. Vikas, thinking, okay, well, Bandit Baka probably just wants to go backwards, doesn't want to be committed to that short angle. Instead, misreads the situation, and Bandit Baka takes advantage. 9-3. What a dominant half that was from the Dragons. They just put everything together. It felt like NJCU, they just couldn't do anything. And then even when they were doing well, they couldn't get out of their own way sometimes. Some of those stacks just did not work.
No wacky stacks here, but a heavy presence in U-Haul, and no presence in Showers. So, while it isn't unorthodox, it certainly does have its faults. Regardless, dark cover placed. Greedy Vikas doesn't want to be the first one to make their way onto the site, but it's Yanban and Sasha, and they've opened it up wide.
Ooh, nice bring back there. How? I'm not sure how Bandit Baka and Swahili found themselves in that moment, but a 1v2 now. Apple.
Teleport's ready.
Stepped up big time already. Close range though, and Sasha's gonna stop that from happening. An important pistol round, though, and oh so important because of the scoreline, because of how far down the Gothic Knights are currently.
It seemed for a moment that Apple might have been able to line up the two of them, but thankfully for the Knights, not the case. They start things off quite well off. The question is, can this be kept up? If we look at the previous half, it was a loss on that bonus, and then an immediate streak of wins if we're looking at Howard. They wait until they could get those weapons, and it just goes back to business as usual. It's not going to work out. The Gothic Knights need to truly step up.
Oh, that's one way to do it. Good shot.
Oh,
he's got
you
another.
Can't allow that! Oh my lord, Apple able to secure two with the consistent swing in the Classic.
We might get another one here. Bandit Baka, this shorty.
Last player standing.
And he pulled out the knife. He wanted it bad. I mean, I hesitate to call this winnable. It's 1v2. Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, 1v2 Classic Armor, like, winnable's not the right phraseology, but man, was it a lot closer than it probably should have been. And I think the Dragons putting on display the exact reason why they've looked so dominant in this map is because of things like that. Apple getting away with murder. And then the lurk out there from Bandit Baka. Brilliant. It is going to be a gun round, though, here for the Dragons. They put themselves in a good position. They're going to be playing up against the bonus.
This time, all 5 players by the fountain looking to make their way down long, yet no one will be there to meet them. No one will offer a challenge. In fact, the stack is in hookah. So looking backwards once you make your way into the site might be a little difficult, especially... Well, actually, the smokes were there. They were prepared for it. They understood no one was in garden. It had to be a hookah play.
Yeah, they did everything correctly there. The only thing they don't know is that E is still hanging out in this position. NJCU, the hard part's getting onto the site, defending it. It does get easier.
Well, realization, Swahili unable to make that jump. Gap isn't closed. Information found, potentially. You have to know Elbow is the place, and Vikas ensures that they know. They want to take more, but no one will be there in CT in the hallway to expect them.
They've rotated in towards spawn.
One enemy remaining.
That realization, it's Vikas. Vikas again with the 4K now, saving the round for his team.
That double push in towards CT is just so strong. It's hard to anticipate because it's so committed. You don't know that you're going to have that sort of moment, and you're not sure if you even have the time. It could have been a problem if the Dragons had, committed to the defuse or some such like that, but no. The Gothic Knights, they come away with the bonus round, and, well, Los. We saw a bit of a comeback from the Dragons in map number 1. The start of one might be a brewing here in map number 2.
So, crazy brawl, and Justin finding 2.
Through the wall, too.
That's just pain. However, imagine
Last
something
player
they could
standing.
bring some pain of their own. But in that last movement, runs away, exposes their back, and it's all up to Apple Q now with the Marshall. And not a lot of confidence behind it, at least from this caster.
Spike planted.
Well, I mean, a kill would give them the tour de force, so at the very least, that could be a factor to farm up towards. Of course, death works too. You know.
I was thinking that. Death can work. Death is still good.
Yeah, that's fair. I was trying to take the positive approach, but you know, you're not wrong. Oh man, as crazy as it sounds, though, it's just 2 rounds away after what was a 6-round deficit at the half from a Gothic Knight comeback. The thing that might stand in their way, though, is the ultimates, and they are farmed up. We just talked about that tour de force, but the Empress as well, and we know what Yi can do with it.
Not electing to use the tour de force, I guess, because it'll be a group buy. They don't want to have that mismatch, but whatever the reason may be, it will be an ultimate to kick things off, and it is that orbital strike. Toshi has no chance. They're cooked, toasted. They want a bit more.
I like that orbital strike a lot. Bandit defending the back of the site, though. The rotations abounding, and now the Empress is locked and loaded. Want to pull that too early, but still 4-on-4, and Sasha in a little bit of a difficult spot here at the crossfire set.
Realizing someone's in here, but on the left, it's Vikas. Playing that corner oh so well. They are going absolutely massive for their team in these last few rounds. Apple knows someone's got to be lurking around inside the showers, goes for the swing, but it's Justin who comes out with the win. And this 2-player position inside of U-Haul has just been dominant. It completely stopped Howard in their tracks on that retake.
One on the left, one on the right. Vikas and Yanbon, I believe it was, just, dominating in that area. And so here's where not using the tour de force is going to come around to be a good thing for the Dragons, is that they're going to buy here. It looks like, okay, I'm going to check back in 5 seconds because they don't know what they're doing. A little bit of a wacky commitment. Now it's a little bit more reasonable. The tour de force is going to be pulled out to hopefully be an additional weapon to be utilized with these stingers. I think we saw a couple of Buckies as well, and here's one of them. How is Yi just walked forward so far?
Well, they've got the Bucky now. No one looking back. They've got full confidence that this trademark will keep them safe. Nightfall is here. Bandit Baka, good for one. Might not have enough time to reload and pick up a second. No, just a little bit of damage. And this flank, it doesn't find success, but there's still Bucky on the site to be found. Toshi sends that rocket into oblivion, but it'll be sent along with it. Swahili able to lock things down. It's 9-9, and look at that tasty 6 rounds in a row for the Knights.
I mean, and not only is it 6 rounds, but it betters the 5-round run that we saw from the Dragons in the first half. I mean, this is as dominant as we've seen from these two teams, and it's here on the Gothic Knights squad to do the damage. Also, the fact that the Dragons used that opening with the trademark in that round is going to give the information away to the Gothic Knights. Now they need to change something. Something's wrong with that trademark and that they need to adjust it as such. So, unfortunate that it gets given away in such an inconsequential round as that.
Double stack on B, not going to be hookah related. It's the crossfire with the Cubby as well as Elbow. So by the time that the Gothic Knights realize that they're in trouble, it will be very deep into enemy territory.
Crossfire, though, set up here from the Dragons is pretty good on the site. The dark cover is going to allow time for potential rotation, and you can see what Gothic Knights are seeing. They're spotting, okay, well, nobody's currently here. The spike is in the middle ground, so rotation could definitely still happen.
Good chunk of damage onto Vikas, but it's Swahili who finds a victory, and they will hold on to it. Such a great play. And A-Site is eradicated, but you have a clap back Still only one more player left on the site.
30
It's
seconds
Swahili.
left.
But they don't even have the spike. It's all the way back in market, and they've got to make a play back to B, and they realize it.
Got the spike.
Sending in both players.
Oh,
But
no.
it's a fake!
Well, I don't think it was a fake per se. That wasn't ever the plan from the Gothic Knights. I think that they just didn't realize they didn't have the spike, and so they had to rotate back to grab it. Only the Dragons thought, oh, well, we don't see them here. They have to be going B. It was unintentional, but a hugely unfortunate scenario for the Dragons. They now have to do this without any positioning on the site whatsoever and a disadvantage.
Still a winnable moment. I don't believe that was a paranoia, but if they could realize Swahili is here, yes, and followed up maybe with the second, but Yanbon gets the kill and runs away. But they now realize where the final player is, completely exposed now for the spike defusal, baiting out that peak hit with the Prowler, and it feels that time is just ticking down. There's no chance for a victory here for Bandit.
Oh, great work with this utility and the connection from Yanbon. It felt like with a full kit in hand, Yanbon was never losing that. There was just no way to get back in there. And I was scared. I was terrified. Sasha gave a real chance away to Howard in that situation. Overswung at the triple box and got a little scary, but still works out in their favor. Swahili now up to 23 frags, and I mean, we've been talking about the potential comeback, the fight for the comeback. No. Comeback guaranteed. Here it is, and the lead. The Gothic Knights.
Time to hunt.
Running up with the Prowler, or the Trailblazer. I get a little bit of damage on Satoshi, a little bit of information, but... Oh, good read. Sprang into that smoke. That'll be a major loss of positioning. And regardless, this round is essentially chalked at this point.
Yeah, it feels like it. The Dragons, at this point, I don't even know
Spike planted.
if there is a small positive to get out of this in any way.
Player standing.
Just some stat farming, really, for Yi. Which you will do gladly, in fairness.
Well, I think maybe at this point, one more kill crosses their path, and they turn this into a winnable round. But with the reload sound cue, that'll be it. At 11-9, this is just a filthy run of victories here for the Knights. And they may be establishing themselves well into going into Haven.
That seems like not only a possibility, but a likely outcome in this scenario. This is the round, though. You know, this is the moment. This is do or die. The Dragons have to win this round. Their money would not be in a good spot if they were to lose it. And of course, match point or map point for the Gothic Knights otherwise.
Bomb buddy out.
Ooh, aggression towards showers. They've looked in that direction, have the Dragons, and they found nobody home. So the potential to rotate another player over towards B is definitely there.
I think it comes down really to Apple in these first few moments. If they can secure a kill and make a successful rendezvous, that creates so much hope, because if they find one of the two defenders, or at least one of the known two defenders that they usually place on B, it's going to be a quick signal for a quick attack. Cannot afford to give that away.
Quick attack, yes, but Toshi pulls the showstopper. It's nothing.
He's enough damage to reposition Vikas. In the end, they will make that teleport back to A, but they won't have it just for free.
This is looking like Howard have made their stand. They've taken a step up. 3v5. We've seen them win, though, in this situation before. You're the Gothic Knights. Trailblazer is going to give information. Spot's out, too, as well.
30 seconds.
Yeah,
left.
with that haunt as well, you've got Sasha making a play out from showers, and they've got a double, a beautiful one at that. But no smokes.
It's evened
They
out,
have
though.
to win this outright.
Yasasha.
And a beautiful one.
And that's just such a big
One
commitment.
enemy remaining. Last player standing.
I never imagined continuously coming up in the clutch when it's necessary. Feels like that's just the moments when Howard really needed the most. They have made the step up just enough.
After so long, just take a look at that round history, that timeline. A destructive path from the Knights now finally thwarted for the moment. It's still possible for them to take 2 more and send us to Haven. But we know that they can bleed. They are not vulnerable here on the offense. They can be stopped, but will this be the round? They can do it again.
2 ultimates aside. Seeing Yi consistently with that Empress do damage with it. The Nightfall as well. But you got to keep in mind that Sasha has been pretty effective with that orbital strike.
Strike as well as the cabbages coming through. Toshi able to use everything have just to get away from it. A Prowler comes through, but they're in such close range that Toshi still finds the kill. Regardless, everyone who pushed into this site is faced with massive resistance, spearheaded by Apple, who's now topping the leaderboard.
Oh my goodness. This has gone the distance, and a timeout as well from the Gothic Knights. Is understandably they want to stall things out. Remember, I just spoke about how their timeouts have been very effective. The Gothic Knights have continuously found a round or 2 right after their timeouts, but want to come back, a response 2 rounds in a row, and off the back of some individual impressive maneuvers from Apple. Kind of went quiet there for a little while, Los.
It did seem to be the case that everyone from Howard was just falling down again. But not anymore. It brought back memories of why Howard had achieved such a major lead in the first place. Now, we had moments where they just had an uneven stack, weird angles being taken both by Howard and the Gothic Knights, not expecting massive resistance or finding too little where they create a very strong defensive front. But this time it seems even. This time it also feels that the 2 players on B are enough. Toshi and Apple are good enough to stop and thwart the attack.
They absolutely are, but are they going to be good enough to overcome the Gothic Knights right after their timeout? That's the real question. Still have that Empress for Yi. Sasha still working with the orbital strike. That's it when it comes to the ultimates, though, and otherwise down to gunplay. The good news, though, I mean, you got to keep in mind, Gothic Knights, the fact that they can buy 3 rounds in a row is pretty impressive. That just goes to show how dominant the run of rounds that they had previously really was.
Another crossfire and new positions taken every time, just to ensure no one is in the same location twice. No one can be read that easily. And that may have been heard. I think it might have been heard by Apple.
Most definitely. And you can see the rotation off the back of it. They're adding a 3rd player.
And even more forces are gathering around B. That back sight, that CT angle, played by Yi. No, it'll be confirmed now. Justified quite a bit.
30 seconds left.
The Nightfall as well, and you can hear the Empress being popped as there's only 30 seconds remaining. So there's time, not a problem.
Oh, now this is going to be a major issue as they remove some of the forces, but Apple somehow able to walk away with 2. Sasha needs to make their way, and the rest of the crew only have 10 seconds left. They have no time to plant the spike. Greedy Veek is able to just take them down, but it is Apple who is destructive with another 4K.
Is that 7 kills in the last 2 rounds from Apple? It seems like it is just domination from that position. From Apple specifically, just runs around the corner. And everything was there. I don't know where the orbital strike went for the Gothic Knights, but the Nightfall seemed to be fine. It was in the right spot. I don't know what went wrong, though. Other than Apple just taking a buzzsaw to the whole attack.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh, this will be a big issue. Yi spotted instantaneously, destroys the Trailblazer, but they don't want to make any quick commitments. They heard that tour de force is here. The Haunt, shot by multiple angles. They know this is a large force gathering down short.
This win is for the game, for the series. In fact, Gothic Knights, they had retaken the lead. 3 rounds now. They've had it, but now it's gone. They need to win this round. He in a great position. He's going to get away.
No way!
Spike down.
Yi picks up 3. A beautiful collat. And is whittled down to these last 2 players.
Player standing.
Last
Through the
one
wall.
player, Yanban, knows that their
He
chances
wants it.
are gone, but able to take down one before they fall. They can bring in a Herculean effort, but the walls are closing in, and Apple will finally shut the door, and Howard Dragons will take it in 2.
Oh my goodness. I mean, listen, Howard, they are the team that we expected to come out on top here. Don't get me wrong, but what a comeback there at the end from both teams. I mean, the Gothic Knights were making the run from 9-3 at the half all the way back to 11-9. That's where we stood. And it was then 4 rounds in a row, 4 rounds straight, that send the Gothic Knights home 13-11 with the Howard victory. I mean, Apple taking massive credit there for that victory.
I mean, without a doubt, Apple, we spoke on it many times. This is the player we would like to see step up, but they weren't the only ones. It was also Ever Imagine, who came in with crucial information, crucial kills that certainly surpassed their previous performance back on Ascent. So not only did Apple step up, did Ever Imagine, did the entire team of the Howard Dragons, it was also the Gothic Knights who came to play. But because of that larger team effort that we saw from Howard, that's why they're walking away as the victors.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give credit where it's due. I mean, Swahili had a great game as well, but it did feel like that was the squad as a whole that just was a little bit better. You know, we kind of talked about how Ever Imagine and Bandit Baka, or I should say more Apple and Ever Imagine, kind of struggled in that first map. It was definitely not the greatest of showings from them. They each had some ridiculously high impact in the second, and I couldn't agree more that the team impact was the difference maker there, no doubt about it. But what a crazy turn of events, though. Hey, just the fact that this team, the Gothic Knights, they have played so many top 5 teams is ridiculous, and unfortunately, they stay winless tonight.
Maybe their luck will change as the weeks continue and they face a little bit, well, easier teams going forward. Regardless, it will be another victory, 4-1 here for the Dragons. But that is going to wrap up the first match of the night. We have another one coming right after this break, so don't go anywhere. NECC Valorant continues right after this.
Welcome everyone here. We are ready to go with our week 5, I believe, cruising into the season, and teams are starting to ramp up here. It has gotten to be a crazy setup here. Again, teams are vying for supremacy. We just saw it last match as well, and here on the second match of the day, I'm very excited to bring it to you. My name is Orbital. With me is Marks, and we will be covering the OTSU Esports Navy versus CU White. Marks, how you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks for asking. But I'm very curious how this matchup is actually going to be going through. I mean, when you just take it how this regular season has been working for both of these teams, well, so far, OTSU, they've been completely undefeated. CU White, they've lost a couple, but are slowly starting to pull things back. So we're going to be taking a look right now at the OTSU lineup first. And, we've got Upside, the Timid Penguin. We have TKVic, Revenge, and Kyber, who are going to be starting things out.
Yeah, and a relatively all-around group. You can see it's a mixture of the freshmen and the seniors there, and that breeds, I would say, a very nice mixture of camaraderie, right? And also, it allows for a little bit of experience to shine through. Now, granted, the experience when it comes to esports is always, different for each person, and that's what makes it, I think, special. So I'm very excited to see how they do. On the other side of the map, though, we are going to have CU White. We have Hayden, Ionator, Water, Snoozers, and Pans. All these players coming out here, hopefully giving us a good show again. They are currently 2-2 in their record, yet one of their wins was a forfeit win from Seneca Red, so still searching for their, I want to say, on maps second win.
And can I just say, there are a lot of computer science people playing in these tournaments, and that's actually really cool to me. I mean, obviously, there's some sort of joke to be made about what people take in school and how they do find their way into esports. But hey, that's actually really cool because, something like computer science is so useful in normal life as well. So it's kind of cool to kind of see both those things kind of at play. But like you said, CU White, their record right now is 2-2, one of them being a forfeit match. If they're able to upset OTSU, that would be a huge statement to make, just simply because they are undefeated.
Yeah, and I think that's also going to come from the fact that we have a crazy set of maps lined up.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe not so crazy, but a decent one to be had. You can go ahead and see here. Bind and Icebox were taken out, but Marks, look at the fourth one directly in the center of your screen. It's not Ithaca, of course, picking these. It is OTSU, Esports Navy, and CU White. And CU White went ahead and picked up Pearl. No matter what, we are going to get that Pearl map. That is crazy to me.
Listen, everybody, Harbor, they saw the cinematic, they love them, they're ready for the water, and so we're ready for Pearl. That's what I'm assuming is the thought process behind picking Pearl. It's still a little bit like the Wild Wild West. Lately, what I've been seeing some of those other teams do on maps like Pearl, or just kind of do that 5-man rush and just play effectively off of each other. So I'm very interested. Maybe this is like, let's throw a little bit of a curveball here at OTSU and see how they can adapt to Pearl, because I think that if teams have scrimmed it, they're coming in with strategies, and that's going to really make a difference here, especially already in week 5.
Yeah, and I'm very interested to see how well they pull this off. And again, this is a test for the side of CU White. They went ahead, picked up that map, and said, hey, we're going to give it our best run, and we're going to give it our chance. But of course, they have to get through Haven first, which is OTSU's map pick. And for this Navy squad, I'll be very entertained to see what they can bring out here, because Haven itself is one that's been in rotation for quite some time. It's very understood that it's one that either you love or hate, I think is the best way to put it, right? Either you enjoy it a lot, or you just sit there going, maybe not so much. A, B, and C. Take your pick between the multiple choice answers, and hopefully one of them yields results.
Always C, by the way. If you're ever doing a multiple choice quiz and you don't know what to pick, the trick is C. Why is that the trick? I can't remember anymore. It's been a while since I've been in school, but I just remember, when in doubt, pick C. And actually, talking about Haven quickly, it feels like it's a little bit of a grab bag, right? Because there's so many different ways that you can play this map, and you see some teams just really favoring that B side, favoring that A side. There's so much variety that can come in here, and as a result, I'm so curious to see what these agents on both of these teams are going to be like.
Yeah, and we can already see some hoverings of the understandables, right? Water hovering over that fade, which is very well utilized in combination with that KO. It can give a lot of disorientation. It causes a lot of problems for a lot of teams. On the side of CU, though, they're going a little bit more standard. The Omen, first one to be fully locked in. Chamber being hovered, same as the Jet. Fairly old school lineup here for CU.
Yeah, we'll see if that Phoenix does come in from CU. If it does, I've gotten plenty of things to talk about there. But one thing that actually is standing out to me is, what do you call it? Bringing in a Sova for OTSU, as opposed to bringing in the Fade. We've seen since Fade has been introduced to the game, a lot of these maps that are a lot kind of closer quarters, Fade tends to be a little bit better, and this is in conjunction with all of the Sova nerfs that have rolled out at the pretty much the exact same time. So interesting that we are seeing TK Vic bring that out, but curious to see how it works, because this is a tried and true strategy, right, Orbital?
Yeah, this is going back to that comfort style, and I'm waiting to see. So they have locked in 4 sides, and on the attack it is actually going to be CU. We do apologize for that little mix-up there. It is CU on the attack to kick things off, and will give us some very, very nice choices here. Taking a look, though, I am excited to see what they can bring out here. Again, CU being able to run the aggression to kick things off, it's nice, and overall, again, the agents that they selected, little bit on the heavy side of the meta, and then a little bit not. But we'll see what they can bring to the table, and if they can give us that grand show to see if they deserve to be in the upper echelon.
Well, you know what they say, OTSU's got that dog in them. And I'm not just saying that because the logo's there is a dog, but at the same time, like, the record speaks for themselves, and let's keep in mind that this is their map pick. So they're going to be starting us out on our defense, and already I'm seeing quite a bit of variety than what could be considered quote-unquote meta on Haven. We're seeing that Jet play C, and a Sky be the one to take the aggression onto that A site. Usually, we do see a Chamber or a Jet on that A long, just to be able to take advantage of those long sight lines. So already, things are starting to get mixed up here.
Yeah, and it's the long default, right? Again, 2-1-2, not a bad way to kick things off. It's the big question mark as CU, where do they want to play, right? Are they going to play default? And they're already shown up here, a couple old bolts going out and saying, okay, we understand what's going on here. And Water says, yeah, we might have some problems, but Hayden looking to rotate into garage and give themselves a little bit of an opportunity. No one's really keeping eyes on there, as it's a pretty passive defense from OTSU.
Yeah, and honestly, it's a pretty passive offense as well. Let's keep in mind that this is the pistol round, so you know what? Any advantage that you can take is going to go a mile, especially too with the limited weaponry here. But the Timid Penguin is going to be backing off at A, which is actually not what you want to be doing, because CU White are going to be moving through, but Hayden starting it out with an amazing little headshot, but already trades are going through.
Yep, very, very nice trades as well. Great opening from CU, but they have to get on site and be able to do some work. Timid Penguin able to live with 10 HP, and now taken out by Ionator. Upside, looking for the upside here, maybe the downside of 2 lives. CU gotta be ready, gonna be a huge clip unloaded, but the Ghost is not able to find anything. Ionator takes someone back, and OTSU say, okay, you did some work. Kyber, let's see if you can scrap some extra kills back.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. It's a one. Okay, all right. Nice little sheriff headshot to get this going here. We got the tailwind already activated, but Kyber is really just playing this one slowly. Given that fact that the spike is already down, it's not going to be the most ideal scenario. I don't think that this is going to be super winnable, but, you know, you get a couple of exit frags, restore team morale just a little bit, right?
Oh, no. Kyber said, I ain't going to get that spike, but I'm going to make you guys pay for it. 1 left alive, Ionator. Living with 3 kills. And I mean, that was a great way to clean it up. Kyber said, hey, listen, if I'm going to get 2 kills, I'm going to get him in style, baiting out the rendezvous, knew exactly where it was, and was able to swing, grab that chamber, and, you know, you do some work here. Yes, it's around still to CU White, but at least you get the kill econ rolling for OTSU.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta see the glass half full. They were able to take out at least 4 of them, like you said, get that money into their pockets. Kyber going to be buying up a sheriff yet again, but this time around, actually interesting to mention here, we're not actually seeing the entire team bonus. Snoozer's going to be starting us off, finds TK Vic with that Spectre. It already does a lot of damage, but it doesn't matter. Upside is able to take Pans down.
Great start here once again, and this time it's a little bit better. It's a 1-for-1, but around the corner, Hayden went. Around the corner, you found 3 guns in your face. Ionator said, hey, listen, I got a bit better one here. Spectre crying out for more blood. Upside, though, chasing a little bit further into B, and with that challenge, it's understood that CU White have an open sight on C, so OTSU gonna have to flank in from different angles, give it their best shot. CU White gonna try and go for 2.
All right, here we go. Upside going to be taking her a corner, but doesn't check it, so Water just going to flow right over him. And Kyber still good with the headshot. The spike is going to be down here as the Prowler actually gets a chomp out of somebody. Eonator able to take out Revenge. So Kyber still has the Spectre in hand, wants to make this one expensive. Now busts out the Sheriff yet again, has to deal with the Prowler. Going to get bitten as well. But at this point, honestly, OTSU have done enough damage to the CU White economy. This can still be considered a win, even if they don't get the round.
I mean, I already do. I always say, you know, if you can get more than 2 kills on the side of the losing team at this time, it feels great, right? You're able to lock in pretty well. You're looking for one more. Kyber with a little bit extra HP, and it's now gone as Water is able to claim another kill. Very nicely done overall for CU White, and you know what? This bonus round, you'll take it on the chin here. You happily took 2 rounds and quite a few kills on top of it. So OTSU really do want to win this one if they want to start off on the right foot.
Yep, and honestly, I think that's kind of just the positioning there from Water, playing it a little bit more. I've been very impressed with CU's attacking style. Of course, we did see a little bit of creativity coming in there from the start of that round. OTSU going very aggressive, all 5 members down through mid, and I think that pretty much was how they were able to scoop up those early kills. This time around, weapons in hand. Okay, Revenge is able to find Pants to start the round off.
So well done, and this is, you know, kind of what we were hoping for. We understand that this 3rd round usually goes in favor of the big gunners, but, you know, OTSU starting off with the first blood of their own, that's something that they've been missing, I think, for the last 2 rounds, and it feels good. You know, it's a little bit of a confidence booster. For CU White, you know it's going to be tough, right? You know it's going to be an uphill battle here. And of course, OTSU just going, all right, we got a little time to play with. And CU White, honestly, have been quite slow, a bit more methodical in their approach here, and it doesn't seem like that's going to change anytime soon. They do have the From the Shadows, but I don't think that's going to be brought out here.
Yeah, probably not. Maybe to get a TP all the way to the other side there. I actually really like the fact that OTSU were very quick to just rotate out of the site. Give up the space, that's fine, but keep everybody alive, especially with those rifles. Ensures that you can kind of keep them in hand. Now the spike finally will go down here. Hayden is trying to take it, able to get one, but it is a trade as Revenge goes in. Kyber's time to shine. The information is known. Looking for the swing, able to find Snoozers, looking for yet another. That is disgusting. Eonator hits the floor, but Water able to get one, hiding inside of the dark cover. Wants to poke out here, but immediately overwhelmed as TK Vic sweeps up the final kill, and that's going to be a spike defuse in the first round for OTSU.
And I will say, for how rough that was, CU White still got the plant, right? At the end of the day, they still get a little extra money in there, and this buy round is going to feel real good. Looking at what they want, is that really? Hayden saying, okay, we're going to go big, we got the money and we got the time, so let's make a big bang of it. That's an operator in the pocket of Hayden, who is 2-3-0. A little bit rough in the score department, but very nice nonetheless. Kyber going to be matching as well. Maybe not with the operator, but with the Blade Storm. Good enough, kind of a little button to press. Just bring out the blades and have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, the Blade Storm, you know, it's one of the more showier ultimates, and it's always fun to see it when it comes to full fruition. But you do only have 5 knives. Revenge actually taking a very aggressive angle onto B and completely undetected. I think that might actually come up big depending on how CU White play this.
It could be. Of course, the first shot, just trying to get a quick peek, gave it a shot and didn't miss, so CU White say, no problem, no problem. We know where maybe 1 or 2 are. Now testing into that mid. A lot of mid and courtyard are always a little bit contested, but you can see how far up Revenge has pushed. That's actually the big question mark. What can you get out of here? Snoozer is giving away a bit of information with that Vandal. And TK hiding out inside of garage doors. They go the safer route. CU White have eluded 2 to 3 members, but Timid Penguin said ain't no way. A short is locked down.
And look at that, Snoozer's actually able to find Revenge. Revenge is just peeking out a little bit too early there, and as a result got punished for it. The Seekers are going to be unleashed, and this looks like a pretty confident B-side attack, only having to deal with the trademark there, but actually the chamber's down, so it's going to be a free site to take, and that's going to be the Spike Orbital.
It is going to be the Spike. That is 4 rounds in a row. CU White have been allowed to plant. First 2 kind of understandable. Last 2 feel a little bit rougher. So Kyber hoping to make some big moments, but Ionator with a great headshot locks out that ulti upside. He's going to find Pans and OTSU. Gonna be looking for a bit more, but not allowed to. TK goes down to Snoozes. Hayden drops upside, and CU White coming with absolute fire here in the 4th round.
Timid Penguin trying to make this one work, is able to pick up one. Has the Seeker, thinks this is actually winnable. Gets the positioning there, and now knows that there's 2 people on both sides, but only 5 bullets left in the magazine, and an operator to deal with as well. It's not going to be looking good as Hayden Dom finds that final kill, and is able to escape with the operator in hand.
I mean, not just escape. That was a clean getaway, we'll say. They walked out the front doors after holding it down in B, which is one of the harder sites, in my opinion, to be able to contain, right? When you plant there, I normally see it, used as kind of that, okay, we're on a save round, just do what we gotta, right? That's usually what it feels like. This time around, it feels like CU White made it very, very manageable, right? Walked in appropriately, understood where the plant was, backed up accordingly, locked down the corresponding angles, mainly on the sides, and it allowed them to take off 1 or 2 people. And right now, OTSU, because they saved up so much, they're actually into a secondary buy round. This is something that we don't often see, so for as much work as CU White have done, OTSU, they say we can bite back just as well.
Yeah, and this is the thing, especially on that Timid Penguin. I was just about to say, Hayden Dom has been doing so well with that operator to just be a little bit more of an oppressing force, forcing the OTSU defense to play a little bit more scared. But you know what? Timid Penguin just takes him out. It's like he knew the point that I was going to be making and decided not today. So that's going to be a massive pick, and that's going to make this round a lot easier for OTSU to be able to win things out. I like their discipline. They're really taking things slow, Orbital.
Slow, methodical, clinical, whatever you want to say. Well, clinical might not work just as well right now, but might be in the future. Snoozer's going ahead, sending around a little bit of information, and now the Fade as well as from the Shadows ruling out and saying, hey, we have A completely covered, and now the rotate comes through. Timid Penguin, though, playing with fire. Double smokes in the top side, completely locking out Heaven. What are OTSU going to do? This is a big question mark. Ionator going to try and teleport away, is able to get to safety just in time. This is a big question mark. OTSU, what are they going to do? Up in Heaven, they drop down. Timid Penguin knows one's in long. Now Revenge is going to get a point blank sniper. Kyber going to find a headshot. Pans is going to mow down 2, though. That's 2 headshots in a row. Now it's only 1 more left alive. And Revenge with another point blank. Pans goes down. And Timid Penguin with the defuse. OTSU, make it bloody, but make it work.
Yeah, and actually, that was such an interesting way for the defenders to come back into that. I really have to commend CU White there. I think that was such a good use of ultimates. Specifically, use the Nightfall, flush out that A site, then next thing you know, from the Shadows up into Heaven, the Paranoia is so good onto Timid Penguin, but Ionator had no idea that they were just around the corner there. But just OTSU so confidently marching into the site, Revenge almost smacking people with the operator gun barrel, and just left clicking at as soon as it was just like, oh hey, you're right in front of me, is a surefire way to be able to win that round. Now ultimates are going to be online for CU White, Tour de Force, and Blade Storm, as they're on a little bit of a save, Orbital.
Which is crazy to think, right? This is a team that has won that 4th round, and it was very important. Oh my lord, can't even talk about that right now. Oh, Ionator. Oh my gosh, Ionator was given a breath from the heavens. Threw out utility, no one checked the corner, and still allowed to pull out the pistol. That is one you don't find very often, and OTSU are going to pay heavily for this mistake. Timid Penguin able to find one. Kyber finds another, though, and they are lighting up that kill feed just behind CU White. You want to find it, though. Timid Penguin able to trade out 1v2 here. And Ionator finds the perfect shot. Easy, easy, thrifty round for them. And the one that started things off is the one to finish it.
That's wild, honestly. The fact that that actually worked. I mean, obviously it was a little bit of chaos onto the site, but such a great round for CU White to be able to scoop up, because that's going to make things difficult for OTSU to be able to buy up properly here. And this is the thing, CU White are very confident on their attacks. Their agents are, they look rehearsed being able to go in. You can see all the utility falling into all the right places as the execute is coming in as well. And OTSU really have to do something different here to try and change it up. Steward of Force is going to be used first, and Revenge. Pans didn't even stand a chance.
When you said they needed to change things up, I'm not sure if that's what you meant, but it worked. It definitely worked right there. The point blank operator is at this point just a more expensive sheriff to be swung around here. TK hoping for a little bit of an angle here in the mid, actually playing very close up and didn't want to follow through, so saying, hey, wait for a teammate. I think this is the right call. CU White, though, locked into this small cubby. They have no chance to rotate out. If they do, they will get hunted.
And now, you just see the momentum for CU White. They feel like they're trapped. Their foot stepped right into the bear trap, and now they can't do anything about it. Already, such a good flank on the other side as well. Hated Dom is going to be the one to lead the charge there, but so risky. Is able to actually rendezvous away just in time, but TKvic in the back line should be able to at least get one, if not the information that CU White are going to be moving over to B.
Well, now you hear the jump and you know where they are, but earlier you almost spotted out too,
30
so
seconds left.
TK sending information back, and CU White, 30 seconds called out, said, hey, you know what? We got to make a move or we don't. One or the other. And TK says, I know you have to. I know you have to. Hayden takes out revenge, but TK is all we want to watch for. And TK is down. CU White, with time against them, are able to lock down all the kills necessary. Even under pressure, CU White looking like monsters.
That's, wow, CU White. I mean, listen, I said they looked like a trapped animal there. It felt like they weren't going to be able to move into A side at all. I mean, they had expended so much utility, were just kind of stuck. But somehow, they just kind of strong-armed their way through off the back of their rifles. And as a result, 5-2. This score gap is getting wider and wider. But OTSU, this time they're going to have rifles. We're seeing a more common setup for this defensive side. It's going to be Kyber starting to move things forward with Timid Penguin this time. I think the utility could be comboed extremely well, and they could be rewarded with that early aggression.
They could, and the problem is they need to lay it down first. They have to actually drop all that util, and I mean, Kyber's doing what they can, but it's still a 2 for 2 at the end of the day. Even though they did, they know that at max, OTSU are only going to place 2 usually to defend the site. That's all they're going to work with here. Shockbolt is going to attack snoozers, but not enough to delay that plant. OTSU going to try and get a spray upside, able to find one. Water seeing the downside of that spout. Revenge is going to swing on the right, gets one. Snoozers is going to fall. And that means it is OTSU keeping pace, only 2 rounds behind. But a painful one to say, right? You only have 2 alive at the end of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so tough to be able to win these rounds with a numbers advantage. Obviously, you'd want your defenders to be able to stop the people from even walking in onto the site, but it's so difficult up against how practiced CU White have been looking thus far. But still, you know, they're able to make that one work. They get that point, and that's what's important. But what else is important is that they're going to have a lot of ultimates online. And you know, okay, the Blade Storm could be used by Kyber in a future round to make sure that the money is going to be good. Might be even honestly used on this round, given how things are going. Yeah, okay, so the Blade Storm probably going to be utilized. But the Seekers and the Hunter's Fury, I think, are very key ultimates in this defense. You can use the Seekers, get a lot of information as to where the squad might be going, and the Hunter's Fury can be used to just stall things out. And especially, too, if you're playing retake, clear corners out, especially if this seaside hit does happen. And looks like that's exactly what's going on.
Always check your corners. FPS rule number 1 right there. Just always check corners. Please, just don't ever not do it. Number 2 is try and look away from the blinds, but that didn't happen for Revenge. TK clearing out some corners, and Ingo the Seeker. So Kyber able to find one. Seeker's actually traded. I would like to point that out. Seekers are traded back and forth, and Kyber is able to utilize one. Around the corner, they see the gun. You get a spray, and you don't hit it, but TK able to follow up. Down to 1 left alive, and Water says, I'm all out and dry. This is a desert here for me. You do get a little bit of information. Let's see the outline. That's 1. Get a spray of 2. And now TK's got to do it all on their own. Sprays through, catch a few more. And you got to defuse here. Are you going to get it? Yes, you do! No! Last second bullet tags it right at the end. But OTSU still win the round. It was so narrow. Pros don't fake. And I mean, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, good thing the smoke was there. Imagine if that smoke didn't go down and it was just up to TKvic to just kind of hang out there and just hope for the best. Honestly, great job from Water. I love that haunt just flying onto the building in order to get the information. You love seeing those combos, especially too when you see a good fade playing inside of a smoke, and Water utilized that perfectly. So moving into this next round, like you said, Seekers were traded out. Still 3 ultimates for OTSU, but their economy is looking very interesting. Blade Storm is going to be activated this time, but Revenge does have an operator in hand. Misses the first shot a little uncharacteristically.
Well, actually hit the shot and has to get healed up. It was in the legs, so, you know, the Omen was still able to live. What was more important is the knives are able to not be reset here. CU White having to use that one on point. Does trade it into a 4v4, but up the wall they go. TK in C long says, hey guys, I need a little bit more help than probably is necessary. Guardian is all you really have, and in this situation, the one tap's not going to help too much. In goes the Hunter's Fury, just hoping to delay that plant. And, I mean, it's a good call right there, but it's going to be planted nonetheless.
Yeah, I think that even though the delay was pretty good, I would have liked to see OTSU try to use just the timing a little bit better to get themselves organized. Ultimately, it just comes down to stalling the spike for a couple of seconds, but nothing gained too much. Now it's going to be a brawl on site, already utility being used.
And look at that. Ianator said, gimme, gimme, gimme. Give me some of that sweet, sweet revenge. And Timid Penguin said, I ain't so timid right now. Upside, able to finish one off. And these retakes starting to look a bit better for OTSU, right? Over time, yes, it's been constant plants, and I want to point that out. Consistently, CU White, in all of the 10 rounds that have been played so far, have not been able to be stopped in the plant division. So every round that OTSU has been able to win has been off a defusal and after winning that round, which is very important because you pointed out the econ is in shambles. This is the reason why we don't normally see this.
No, yeah, like, this is bizarre, I guess, to say the least. Like you said, it seems like they've got, like, hey, listen, yeah, you know, we talked about how a lot of them are computer science people, but I also saw a couple of mech eng people. Maybe that's why they're so good at defusing things. Kyber, so aggressive, immediately finds two, and that's also the spike as well. Good information, but TK Vic has to back out, unable to secure yet another kill. Revenge, though, just a little bit better with that operator barrel, is going to keep it trained, and that's going to be tough. They don't have any smokes to be able to confidently go in for the swing, just going to do it normally, but Water is caught in a bad place.
Well, you know what? Upside's gonna say, I got a little bit of help here. Into the corner they go, and Upside able to match out Kyber, who, let's be honest, Kyber, there's a reason Kyber is sitting at the top of the kill feed, right? Every single round, it feels like there has been a 2K for that Jet player, and that is very important to note, right? The reason that we're seeing this overtake right now is the fact that Kyber almost every single round has been able to find a 2-piece, has always been able to even things up and cause some deficits in CU White's bank account. So very, very impressive right now. The individual plays by OTSU here on the defensive the individual plays have looked great. It's really just those early rounds that they were struggling to find their opportunity. And you know what? Here, a round right before the half ends, they were able to find their first full win. Didn't let the plant go down.
Yeah, and Kyber just playing so aggressively in Garage too. Like you said, you know, CU White have to be a little bit more scared of that, and that's why they're playing a little bit more slower before they move in. From the shadows, they're going to be used to get information. Once again, this is going to be C. They're doing multiple choice, and they want this C site. But right now, OTSU doing a solid job of playing that defense.
Multiple choice. They've cut out A and B so far, whether on their own volition or not. Hayden, though, waiting around and find the perfect shot, but TK able to find a really, really nice shock bolt kill. That's one that you really like to see, especially from your C defender, and that's going to cause some problems. But in comes the Fade Ultimate, the Nightfall, and to give a lot of great information. And with that smoke, Hands is going to get on site, swings on one, easy pickup. Rendezvous right back out, and Revenge said, all right, we're going to wait for the rest of the team. Kyber only able to find one before falling on their own. OTSU looking at a 2v3 here on their 12th defense. Revenge said it's a 2v2. Don't worry, I got out safely.
Wait, actually, no, denied the spike plan. The chamber just immediately disappeared because he was just like, there's no way that he doesn't see me with his gun barrel. But honestly, it could have gotten away with it. Revenge didn't spot it at all. This time around does find Pans, and now it's a 1v2 scenario. Two of the forces on both sides. Hayden should be able to get the spike down, but more importantly, the rendezvous refresh will be active, which means that there's going to be a little bit more escape options available. Timid Penguin only has one more flash left, though, so no Trailblazer to scout out information.
Oh man, this is spicy because we've seen both teams be able to make some of these clutch moments. No matter what, OTSU from a 1-3, I think they'll be very happy about this. But a swing of one, and Hayden going, all I need to see is a gun barrel, and finds it!
No way.
Straight to the head. Hayden said, we're going into this tied.
That's, wow. I mean, perfectly played by Hayden. You know, you got to be able to isolate those 1v1s if you want to put yourself into a winning situation. Taking Revenge out first, who was really just carrying that round through, was so massive. And then the Timid Penguin just kind of holding the corner there. Flick from Hayden, though, still going to be good for it. So it's going to be 6-6 in this half. So far, CU White have been fragging out. OTSU have been relying on playing a little bit more strategy. But now, the sides are going to be swapped, and I'm going to be honest, based off of how OTSU's composition looks, I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw them play a little bit more of a faster playstyle when they want to go for their executes. You know, toss in a couple of flashes. Honestly, very similar to how CU White were playing it, just instead of the fade, they have their Sova.
It's gonna be OTSU going, yeah, we can do it, but better is what we're hoping. Pans is this is aggressive. Pans actually dashed in, and that was the mistake that you made. Trying to do a little bit of a blitzkrieg, but couldn't find it. So Revenge is able to find one. Water is gonna be caught, but opens up an opportunity for snoozers. So you know what? After a mistake, CU White go. We still got it. Don't worry. Are able to trade it into a 3v3. Looking around the corner. A sight those snoozers is the Eonator. Give us a grand show of how to crossfire.
CU White have been getting away with, honestly, something that should be charged for some sort of criminal offense. These plays have been not only well coordinated, but also extremely lucky at points. And unfortunately, Snoozer's in a great position, upside falling down there. But man, just CU White so good at just making every step onto that A site so painful for OTSU.
It's very impressive overall, but we also know that this is, again, I want to say the start to CU White, right? Even in the first half, they started off quite strong when only pistols were in hand, right? And yes, the first half did go 6-6. OTSU, they came online a little bit later, so I want to see how that plays out. Again, on their map pick as well, a lot to be shown here. A lot of, hey, we want to show off what we can do, and, you know, with guns in hand, we do a little bit better. So for OTSU, a little bit more time right now into this anti-eco. They're willing to wait this out, and I completely agree with them.
Yeah, like, it's tough, you know. Oh, Pans also, too, has this Marshall watching down long. That's a lot more of, like, that classic play that we see coming in from the defenders. And you raise a really good point. It wasn't until the second part of that first half that OTSU started to get their footing on the defense. If they want to be able to make sure that they can shut CU White out on, once again, their own map pick, they have to figure these things out a lot earlier. Otherwise, it's going to be so painful for them to even get the ball rolling. And you don't want to be in one of those types of scenarios on your map pick.
Yeah, this does give me a little bit worried for Pearl. If CU White had practiced Pearl quite a bit and OTSU haven't, there is a chance that, you know, this undefeated squad, this team that has yet to not even drop a series, but not even drop a game, could be running into some complications here. Great rendezvous to get away, and Revenge is able to follow up with a great pick, and Water able to lock down two with the Marshall calling out here. What a brutal way to hold down C. Even things back up. OTSU going to try their best, but upside able to find an Eonator. Down to a 3v2. This could be a thrifty round victory if they're able to close this one out. That is huge. Off on the left side, Pans goes, okay, they're dancing. Where do they want to dance to next? Revenge said I'm dancing into a 3K. Looking for one more. Upside, barrel straight on the side, but you don't check, and Pans is able to make the play. Marshall trade back and forth, aren't going to find it, but Pans pulls it off! Are you kidding me? Pans is able to lock down that round. It was bloody, it was brutal, and it was a fiesta. But CU White pull two in a row.
Ay caramba! Orbital! The amount of no-scopes that happened there! Are you... What? My Marshall doesn't that when I'm in game, but the heroics from Pans, able to win that round out. It was looking like such a good thrifty round from OTSU. And honestly, even in the first half, it was looking like OTSU were on the right foot in order to secure that thrifty round. Still, they do make it extremely difficult for CU White, so even though they walk away with the round, well, I mean, you can see the guns right now. You know there's a clear advantage for OTSU. But already, Timid Penguin kind of gets wallbanged. Actually, a headshot as well, down to 54 HP. CU White already starting off with the foot in the right shoe.
I'm still in awe that round happened, right? Like, that is... That is a hold.
It's insane.
And again, both these teams have shown such great individualistic plays at the right times, right? Over and over again, we've seen these teams really show up, and those clutch scenarios. The problem is as a team, you don't want to be put into those clutch scenarios, right? You don't like having to do that over and over again. It's quite taxing here. And,
Oh
and
my
Water,
goodness.
right now with the 3K over here on A is saying this is all we got to do. And remember, this is a team that is currently sitting at a lead. They are so happy at the 8-6, and they are locking down Water. Able to contain, and now in a 2v4. I mean, this is perfect. You feel like this is great. And Hayden
my
in
goodness.
perfect position to catch the rotate.
Oh, the crosshair placement is so good. Hayden's been watching some TikTok lineups, maybe just practiced a bunch of YouTube shorts too. TKVic able to trade that one back, but is now the last person alive. This has been a terrible round for ODSU. It's been so difficult for them, and I think that is just off the back of Water. Pan's barrel gets spotted out here. TKVic still trying to make something happen. 15 seconds on the clock, has to go aggressive, and Snoozers is just waiting for it. And just like that, CU White are able to scoop up the round and pick up all the rifles for it. Their economy looking nice and powerful.
And Marks, guess what? That was
What?
a round they were not supposed to win at all. We
I
said at the
know.
beginning, right? That was OTSU playing with so many guns available. They had everything. They had so much in the bank, and CU White locked it down, specifically Water. And I will say this, I feel like the theme for this series is individuals. Who wants to make that highlight reel? Who wants to make that big 3 to 4K
You
play,
want to
right? Like,
play?
that's what's
Let's
happening here.
play.
That's all that I'm thinking of now with the crosshair. TK is going to try and angle up this C lineup, and with a little bit of a bolt is going to be locked out before any information can be granted over. You do hear 2 shots. So, as it currently stands, default setups just chasing for 1 or 2. CU White willing to wait.
Yeah, they're just going to take their time, and it makes complete sense. I mean, ODSU, because of their gun disadvantage, they need to find some sort of opening. It looks like what they're banking on is this over-aggression from CU White. Revenge looking the wrong way, but Hayden is scared off by Upside's Marshall shot there. So at least they're able to get that piece of information. But this is still going to be extremely difficult. Kyber might be able to find an opportunity if they do find Pans, but still, it's gonna have to be a one-tap headshot, and that's a tall order.
Play it as perfectly as perfect can be, or maybe even more so. Couple shots ring out as Kyber is just checking corners over and over again. Right now, walking forward with that. Sheriff is able to find 1. Nightfall goes out, but you swing on 2. What did I say, Marks? It's all about the individuals. Kyber sending it back and saying, listen, I am the Star Jet, not you.
Kyber literally refusing to lose right now. Wants to make this round happen. CU White still 3 people alive, but look at that. The sky is extremely low. Honestly, 1 bite out of the Trailblazer would have been enough to send that sky packing. But now, OTSU are firmly in the driver's seat, and it is purely off the back of Kyber's heroics that round, Orbital.
What did I say? Every chance I swear we get, it is Kyber making a play one way or another. And in this current moment, they've done so well, right? CU White, with guns in hand, are saying, we don't really want to give up the guns. We don't want to give even more over. Instead, we're going to try and chase for those outside kills. But for OTSU, for the first time, and I think on either side, we see all 5 members allowed to live after a round. We have not had a full flawless round, and of course, this one's not flawless either. But you get to carry 5 weapons over. That is a huge momentum shift. For CU White, though, they do carry 3 of their own. So very, very impressive on their own. To decide that, we don't normally see teams really bank that hard. But they say they have enough in the bucket. Let's go ahead and do so. Double op, though. Pans and Hayden going to be testing their limits.
Yeah, and honestly, that was a really good round for OTSU to be able to win that one out. But I am so worried because you can't just rely on Kyber to be able to run into the site every single time and find a couple of frags. I mean, okay, that's a great way to start. Maybe I stand corrected. I don't think that it's going to be a very consistent strategy, but so far Kyber's been good for it. The rest of the team going to be moving through now. Water's still at the back line. Has to reload as the Timid Penguin wins that one out, but it's absolute mayhem happening on the site. Ultimately, though, OTSU coming out on top. They're going to make this an expensive round for CU White.
Well, Hayden, what are you able to do here? Eyes on top and an operator in hand. At the end of the day, you could afford to actually save once again, but do you really want to? Is that something that you are willing to do here? 7-9 is a score. Ionator hiding out, waiting around, and now ready to throw out a little bit. Paranoia and Revenge said bye. That's a great pick for Revenge. One more around the core. Ionator, though, trying to pull their own cosplay of water. Can they do it? Can they walk forward, but it's a one-way. It is that one-way. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's not going to happen again.
Yeah,
oh, my gosh.
Oh, I mean, listen, when you're...
having double Omen is starting to become the bane of both these teams, I think.
Yeah, just like so many smokes left, right, and center. They're like, whoa, which one is ours? Doesn't matter. We're just going to make this one work. But let's take a moment to talk about Revenge. Because, oh, well, also, too, name very on point. Revenge is striking back. But honestly, the operator pressure that Revenge has been able to bring to all of these rounds has been very present. We do see, obviously, Kyber fragging out a little bit. But as soon as Revenge gets one pick, you can just tell CU White are immediately more hesitant to push in a little bit more hesitant to take those aggressive swings, which then allows Kyber to punish them for playing in more of those bad locations. So this pressure alone has been quite a bit, but this might be interesting. Water catches the back of Kyber's head, and that's going to be a very easy first frag. CU White are now up 1.
Very nice opener as well. That was one that you need to find again. We keep talking about it, and it's no Revenge, but it's close enough, right? It's the openers, the person that you are very worried about. Upside though has been making some plans of their own and a great little teleport off on the side, just to cover that angle and not give too much information over. Because of that, you can see here he's gonna be this side. And Timid Penguin said, "I check my corners. Don't worry, Hayden." Revenge ready to follow up with the rest of the team, and so well played. A site completely open here. As CU White, we're on C and B.
And that's going to allow OTSU plenty of time to get themselves set up properly. Take a look. They also have a Hunter's Fury online. There's a reason why TKVIC went for the plant. And man, this positioning right now looks absolutely stellar, Orbital. It's going to be so difficult for CU White to be able to try and get this defuse off.
I mean, I have a feeling that they can do it. I believe in the chaos. I believe in the absolute mayhem that is going to occur. Timid Penguin said, no, give me a chance. Snoozer said, I'm putting you to sleep. Penguin time. Revenge with a shorty, though, is able to lock down one. And you know what? These two are causing so many problems. These teams are making it go to the wire every single time. And we are now tied, Marks, in game number 1. On OTSU's side, on their map pick, CU White have pushed them into the corner.
Yeah, and honestly, like we talked about the issue of OTSU not finding their footing too early on in the first half. You can just take a look at the scoreline, and I think that says a lot. But they seem a lot more confident this time around, and I wonder if that's just a result of them feeling confident on the attack side. Once again, they look very practiced and rehearsed and know where exactly they need to be looking in order to start out the round, but also to close it out. Their post-plant positioning has been phenomenal, and as a result, CU White have been struggling to try and stop this, and they have to use all their utility to do so, making it extremely expensive.
Every single round is... you're paying up the toll just to make it across the way. Right now, you can see the Seekers being used to efficiency, and both teams have been doing it very, very well. That is the surprising part. But OTSU wasting no time to chasing it as hard as they can, trying to master their own sound, and they did. Timid Penguin able to find one. Kyber finds water, and A is completely open. One of the more aggressive rounds we've seen at OTSU. They say we're back into a corner, but no longer. We will break our way out and take over. See White. And we got to find some time. Kyber with 3K of their own, outdoing Hands right now in that department, and Revenge ever steady with that operator. Close things out in the first true flawless round of the game.
Yeah, and actually that's a really good point that you raise. A little bit more aggression coming out from OTSU that round. But I think that's a really good change of pace for them. You know, they were a little bit more methodical, just kind of poking and prodding, allowing Kyber to kind of get some kills, and then they execute type thing. But this time around, they're like, you know what? We got guns. We got the advantage here. Let's just run over them. And that is going to make CU White have to start considering that that is a part of their play style as well. You know, you get so accustomed to seeing the same thing over and over again, you're starting to expect that. But this just kind of throws a little bit of a wrench into that planned system this time around. Okay, from the shadows all the way into the back of C to get that information. Looks like they might be committing to it. Already the recon bolt goes in, but a Snoozers is just going to be on the other side here. Could come up huge.
I love that you were talking about that, saying, hey, they have that opportunity, but it's a full rotate out. Actually, it is OTSU saying, okay, we got found out. That Trailblazer was enough to force us off. Now it's in the mid. This is going to be the first time OTSU had even chance going in mid. Remember, CU White were able to lay down one great round here on this site. And OTSU are looking to kind of do the same, at least push their way into mid and give themselves a little bit more breathing room. 45 seconds left. You have to start deciding on what site you do want to go to. 20 seconds, I would say, is the limit. But also before you start having to rush.
But also, too, keep this in mind. They've forced out a lot of utility. Kyber just looking the wrong way is going to get taken out, but Tim Penguin ready for that. Just one more onto the site. Ionator just gets domed from the side, and this should be an easy plant for ODSU now, Orbital.
What do they want to do? A little bit of a slam down, Timid Penguin. Once again, OTSU saying we're in a bit more control here, but if Water is able to find the angle, it's great, but Timid Penguin, better aim on the dot. And Hayden, a little bit of low HP, might leave Pans, a little bit more left to wonder. TK Vic makes Pans.
Teleport's ready.
Turn into a pancake there. Hayden running for their life, just holding on to the weapon for dear life. That's about all you can do. OTSU, first ones to reach double digits here. And only going to be 2 away from taking this game.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that's a really good call to just save that operator there. Yeah, cool. Okay, Hayden's been fragging out, but I don't know if you go into a 1v3 scenario, especially too with a Sova alive as well as a Sky. That is difficult to move into. TKvic gonna go for... Are you kidding me, man? That was a jumping corner shot. That's, man, I don't even know if that was a right click or not, but still a great stylish way for OTSU to really show that they're feeling dominant right now. And so CU White are going to be taking a timeout. They have to figure out this defense. And Orbital, it's tough for them to try and slow down this train that is OTSU now.
What did I tell you? What did I tell you, Marks? It's literally just people trying to outdo each other, right? Like, that's all they're trying to do is just highlight after highlight after highlight. We see some team play. Don't get me wrong. We're seeing some team play come out here. But it just feels like when push comes to shove, a single player every round will step up, make a massive play, and really show off. And it leads to one team or the other just going, okay, you got that one. We'll give it our best shot. Right now, CU White, though, this timeout, I think, is well-deserved, right? Very, very important.
Yeah.
Timeouts, I think, are some of the most underutilized items in the game, right? It is a full other piece of the gameplay. And normally you don't want to use it. It's almost always used in kind of that, okay, we're kind of screwed. What do we need to do? We need to talk about it. But I think the fact that you can actually ice players or cause a momentum shift or be able to formulate a plan a little bit longer is very, very important, right? Being able to talk about, what's going on, what problems are we currently having. I do normally like to see it on a gun round, though, not so much a budget buy, because you can immediately enact some of those changes. But for right now, CU White saying, look, we're going to give it our best shot here with the bargain bin purchases.
Yeah, and honestly, this is the thing about OTSU's offensive strategy. As soon as they get a pick, that's more or less the site that they hit. I didn't intend for that to rhyme, but I will take it. You can tell, wherever they kind of find a, one opening pick, they just get ready to just toss all their utility into it. But honestly, right now, the mind games are out. Just like you said, Kyber, completely alone onto the site. All the util being invested here, but the spike is all the way onto that C site. They're able to at least get Pans in the back there, but Kyber's going to go unchecked and going to be a massive problem on that flank.
I mean, that's one, but Water in Heaven is showing off a bit more, too. Hayden was able to take out upside with that 2 to force. And CU White are up in the player department. Right now, though, the plant is going to be the problem. Seekers 2 are out. Barely get any information, but Hayden with the quick snap. Kyber, the lurker, is dead. No chance at all, but TK able to make Ionator dead. Revenge. One last chance here. It's just that hold and another quick snap. Can't pull it off like Hayden, but close enough. Hunter's Fury comes out. Revenge is going to get a snap. And Revenge!
No shot.
Are you kidding me? Such a nasty moment. A beautiful chance we have, but the defuse is still going. Oh, you can't look at it enough, and Revenge can't close it off. You know what? You got the kills, and with how much util CU White laid down, it was an attempt. You wipe CU White, but they get the defuse to keep it within one.
I mean, they do get the defuse, but their economy is going to be... Okay, they've got enough money to be able to buy up this round, but it's still, they're just on the edge there. And honestly, it seemed like just a little bit of miscoordination. TK goes for that Hunter's Fury, but as a result, pings up Revenge, forcing a little bit of movement around there. And Revenge then on an off angle to try and take that swing. It's a lot harder to be able to hit that spike if you're on the right side of the spawn spot as opposed to the left. So that just made things a little bit more difficult and just a hair's length of time away, and they lose that defuse. This time, though, very fast, very quick. They're going in on A, and this should be the spike already down.
Well, you say it should be down, but they're taking their sweet time here, and this is because CU White have yet to really show themselves. TK is going through, and I mean, that's a fade ulti going enough, and it catches everyone. So CU White have all the information in the world. OTSU caught in between a rock and a hard place. In the dark, no less. It is a wipe of 4. TK, not going to get more than 1. That is ridiculous.
I mean, this is, listen, when Riot Games designed Fade and was thinking about, you know, what type of ultimate are we going to throw on this agent, that's what they had in mind. You could just tell it was so clean. As soon as the Nightfall went up, pinged up so many of the members, and then they executed on it. This is something that actually bugs me every now and then, is when you see a Nightfall get used, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. I guess that's gonna be it then, and then it disappears, and you're like, alright, neat, I can hear again. But that was a perfect execution off of the Nightfall. You know, throw in a couple of smokes to make it even harder to actually hear what's going on, cut off those sight lines, and the fact that they can't hear a thing makes it so much easier to just move in together, swing off each other, and play it nearly flawlessly. I really want to commend CU White on that retake.
I do as well, as right now the round is kicking off as we are into another tie. These teams are absolutely giving us a shell shock of a game number 1, so much so that even the game can't handle it at points. This is knives out here. Water, you want to see it, in goes the Seeker Swarm, but Kyber gets a reset. That is actually huge. Upside is able to find one on the Innator, and it's going to be the spike as quickly as possible. OTSU this time around get onto A's side with nary a challenge. CU White taken completely by surprise.
Look at that, Kyber's already up in heaven, just so confident in this playstyle. That is going to actually give quite a bit of information, going to flush it out, but Kyber easily able to escape. That level of confidence is what I want to see come out from this team. The knives are going to be so good for it. Pans gets 1, but Upside is ready for the trade. You know what? Forget the mind games when you're playing as good as that in a coordinated style. OTSU look unstoppable.
I mean, we say unstoppable, but we're looking at the score, and it doesn't feel unstoppable to me, right? It feels like they've been body checked over and over again, but every time they do, they get back up. That's the most important part, right? They say, listen, we don't care if we get knocked down. We will continue to fight. Same with CU White. Again, this is not their map pick. They are not the ones that chose this map, and yet they have forced us into what could be OT. Don't worry if I just jinx it, because we'll be here all night long if we have to. CU White want to get the chance, and Hayden is starting to make it look like a reality.
Yeah, there you go. Able to find the first pick there. Blade Storm also activated for CU White. They're going to call for a rotate around. So far, OTSU has been very successful in hitting this A site down, especially too with getting that spike down. Then they can set themselves up for post plant. And like I said, it looks very rehearsed. No Nightfall to really make this a lot more difficult this time. Kyber taking point on site. The Haunt is going to be used, but that's okay. It gets destroyed, and Kyber gets that spike down.
Here we go. You have a 1-player advantage. You have the ultis on your own. Try to make it as powerful as possible. You get a swing. Water is able to find Kyber. That is huge. Remember, a 1-for-1 trade now is going to give you the best variety possible. Be willing to take those chances. The shorty in hand right now, as in the smoke, they are dancing. Eyes are out. Shots go. A little bit of a quiet defusal, and it baits him out perfectly. Upside is destroyed, but Revenge and TK are going to try and make it worth their while. 30 HP on TK. You pick up a weapon, you can't swing fast enough. We are going to OT. CU White push the undefeated OTSU into OT on their map pick.
Oh, that was good. That was really good. I do like that micro play, but let's focus in. Let's get the microscope out. Specifically, just like you said, you tap the spike, you make them spray all of their bullets out of their gun before you decide to move in through. The fact that you have that reload sound cue means that you're so much better at being able to move in there. I still think that generally speaking, OTSU were really good on the defuse, but CU White just so clean with it, playing the mind games themselves and able to turn things around on them. So we are going to be going into overtime. OTSU going to be starting us out on our defense first. Whichever team can scoop up 2 rounds in a row, they're going to be the victorious one on Haven.
And I have to give props to CU White, right? On paper, on what we've seen historically and in the match histories, this was supposed to be an OTSU favored series, right? The fact that they're able to push CU White is ridiculous for that. They have done so well, and keep in mind this is also a team that is not unknown in the overtime department. In their previous week 4 matchup against Queen's Gales, where they won 2-1, they won off of, I believe it looks like triple OT. It was 16-14 at the end of the day. So for CU White, they are no strangers to being here under this pressure, under this level of play here. Right now, we are seeing OTSU trying to dance their way through. They already lost 2 members, and it's going to have to be a hard spray. Revenge hoping to do what they need to. Gets a spray of 1. Timid Penguin was able to find 1 as well. It's still down to a 2v3. Timid Penguin trying to hold the line. The defuse goes through, and you made it work. What a play. There's a reason you don't plant back there. And, upside. If they watch that VOD back, they're going to be mad.
Oh, man. I mean, hey, they were able to see that one in real life, but wow. Upside gets away with it again. We saw something very similar in the very first half, just tossed into the smoke, and unfortunately, the bullets for CU White in their post plant are just not able to find their targets. So, now, this is looking like OTSU might be able to get it. They are back onto the attack. They were able to string quite a few rounds in a row earlier, which made them look very confident, and it was off of Kyber's back. So let's see if Kyber can get an opening yet again. Hayden Dom going for an aggressive swing already just punishes Timid Penguin. That's all of your flashes basically gone.
And honestly, the util from both these teams has been used to quite a large extent as well, right? We pointed it out earlier in the game, but these teams do rely on keeping that vision completely denied out. It relies on them ensuring that, hey, the opponent can't see what we're doing, and that's what causes a lot of this mass confusion. Whenever Hayden is able to pick up those early frags, though, OTSU thrown into a little bit of a blender. Revenge currently hiding out here on A. Says A is completely hidden, but of course you can only check heaven so often. In goes the paranoia, goes right up to the top side. Water cannot see anything. Then you use that time to move around. Revenge waiting for the opportunity, and finds it. Water finding TK. And the fact that Water has been allowed to hide on this top side gives such a large advantage to CU White.
Okay, upside though, deep on a lurk.
Whoa.
Honestly, both of these players were. Revenge was down there. Kyber good for 1. Should be able to now get the spike down, but actually going to be playing things slow. Upside all the way on another side of the map, and Hayden Dom is able to pick up Kyber just like that. This round is not looking too good. Upside in a 1v2 scenario.
The fact is, upside, you got to make a massive play. Rendezvous, that should be timed out. You don't have enough to kill 2 and get the spike down. Well played to Hayden from start to finish, controlling that round to push us to OT2.
And that's such a tough scenario. I don't like the fact that OTSU were so split up. I like the idea behind it. Obviously, you want to be able to catch CU White off guard, but that idea only works once. As soon as they realize that you're playing in these weird angles, then they're going to be a little bit more hyper vigilant in being able to check you. And suddenly those flanks don't get as much value as they were. And I think that honestly, Revenge could have made that a lot more possible if Water was also caught off guard. But the fact of the matter is, as soon as you get 1 kill, they know that that chamber is going to be lurking and spawn.
I'm just thoroughly impressed with what we've seen so far, right? Like, these squads have been amazing. I can't wait to see even more as the teams go at it. Tooth and nail. OTSU, of course, already losing one. And CU White. Hayden still alive. The player that has so far made 2 amazing plays in a row. Upside, hoping to make another miracle run. Again, the individuals have been so important. And Revenge able to follow up on an upside 3 HP on that one player. And Kyber is waiting, has to flip out the gun, able to find it. Finds a utiled water, waiting for an opportunity, but Snoozers gets baited out. And OTSU once again go up 1 round. It's something that they've done over and over again, but Revenge now has a chance to hit that 30 bomb. We're going into what could be the final round of this match.
And this is so interesting to me because now, like, maybe it was just OTSU working out the kinks at the start of this match because they looked pretty shaky on their defense. But right now, they look almost unstoppable on their defense. So this could be it. They're back onto match point. Just have to do 1 successful attack. Like I've said before, they've been mostly successful when they do get that spike down onto A. They only have to deal with water in heaven. Water has been consistently there even during regulation time. I wonder if they're going to be going for it. This time they're slowing things down a little bit, but it's actually a dark cover to smoke out window first. Timid Penguin, though, claps back onto Hayden Dom, says not this time on our defense. And that's already a good start to the round for OTSU.
Not just a good start, I would almost say a great start, right? Hayden has been a ridiculous force to be played with. But the fact is, as Ianator said, I mean, you think Hayden's the only danger here. I am the danger and I am the dark. Kyber saying, all right, you got us in that corner. Doesn't know that the teleport has been played. Right now in a 4v4, OTSU deciding, do we go A, do we go B, do we go C? He's looking a lot prettier here. And CU White gonna have to challenge.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that nobody from CU White there is going to make this a lot easier because that Omen is dead, the dark covers can no longer be used. An Owl Drone is going to be used instead, but that actually gives a little bit of a sound cue away, so they're going to just have to check their corners manually. But still, Timid Penguin able to get the spike down. It's going to be 4v4 onto this retake, and a tether onto Timid Penguin is not how you want to start things out.
So mean. You can't let the planter just have a day, right? Like, come on.
Nah.
All they want to do is just
This
plant
is
the ball
Valorant.
away. I know. Right, you can't be nice. Right now, eyes on top though, as Pans is gonna dash straight into the wall. Say, okay, we didn't really have a choice there. Had to break it up as quickly as possible. Timid Penguin is gonna find one though. Pans is gonna find Timid, and Pans is gonna find another. Pans, can you find a 3K? If you do, could break open a huge chance, but Revenge is able to fire right back. 2v2. Don't have to play too hard, but TK is gonna try taking the chance. Swings on one, can't find it. The spike is ticking away. They have to make their play. Ianator is able to find it. You swing and you look. You got one. It's going to be the chance at the defusal. You spray, but you don't find it. And it goes off. The time was not enough. And it is going to be the call. OTSU. Go ahead and claim game number 1.
Oh, wow, I can't believe it went that close down to the wire. We've seen pretty consistently, especially too when the dark cover went out over the spike. It's like, okay, the diffuser's just gonna stick it. We know how this one goes, and with those right clicks just missing, but the time was just a little bit good enough. So big shout out to Revenge for doing such a good job at just holding it down and playing down that clock.
I am thoroughly impressed at the CU White team. This is a team that, again, on paper, 2-2, 1 was a forfeit win. They're still chasing and kind of hoping to prove themselves. And this is OTSU, right? This is a squad that is 8-0, now 8-1 in game score. This is not an easy team to beat, and you have done it. CU White, no matter what comes out here, you should be very proud of what's just happened. Or 9-0, I should say. Sorry. CU White, though, going on their map pick. I'm very interested to see what they have for Pearl, so we'll go to a very quick break and get ready for some more NECC action here on the Beat Stream. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go for game number 2, and I mean, game 1 gave us some sort of action. That's all I can really say here. It was an end at 15-13, a crazy way to end that game number 1, and that was on OTSU's map pick. Yes, they are 9-0 right now, but not without a lot of blood at the bottom there. So CU White saying, listen, we got that close on that map. Let's go ahead and try and do the same on Pearl, or more so, their map pick here.
Yeah, once again, going up against OTSU. OTSU undefeated thus far. CU White looking pretty darn good, despite the fact that, you know, they did lose that first map. Up until now, OTSU throughout the entire season haven't dropped a single map. So the fact that CU White got that close, I mean, listen, that's the best that any team has gone against them. So next up, we do have Pearl, which is CU White's map pick. And let's see what agents are going to be brought out here, because I think that there's still a little bit of wiggle room as to what some of these strategies are, Orbital.
Yeah, it's a challenge overall. People are still trying to figure it out, and I don't think it. I mean, I would say out of the top side, it hasn't really changed, right? You know, you're looking at your chamber, maybe a fade in there, right? Those are pretty standard, but oh, I like it. I like it.
They're just having fun, you know. They're
one
feeling
for all,
confident
baby.
after that one.
Bring it on, one for all.
If only this was replication. But
man.
in all honesty, though, I actually think that Neon works really well on this map. But I do think that teams tend to favor duelists that they're more just comfortable with the kit on, because I think that the Neon coming in might require a lot of practice, and so that's why we're probably going to see them actually swap off and keep Kyber on Jet, because Kyber looked extremely comfortable on Jet. Notably, Pans locks in Phoenix. That's going to be really interesting. As we know, Phoenix has received a little bit of a buff. The flashes last a little bit longer. The entry is pretty good. And of course, the run it back is always good to just run in and be able to get a lot of space for your team. Be curious to see if Kyber locks that in as well. And it looks like we might have a little bit of a fire show here. 2 Phoenixes locked in on each team.
Mm-hmm. And I have to deal with the fact that both teams tend to be very, very aggressive. And the fact that the Phoenix is being brought back into the meta, I really, really do like this. And so if we take a look at Pearl, it's been changed fairly nicely over the last couple patches, I think. What was it? I think it was either 1 or 2 patches ago that they did almost a complete overhaul, because the attackers, I think the attackers had a much more favorable lineup. They just had an easier time getting around the corners. It was much harder for the defensive side. So leading into a Phoenix, an agent that very specifically is made to be over aggressive and to be allowed to be a little bit aggressive and chaotic, I think this fits the bill quite nicely for both these teams.
Yeah, I mean, let's see how it goes. I honestly like to think of Phoenix almost like a Neon Light. In the sense that, you know, you do have that wall available, you have a molly, but as well just those curveball flashes, you see a little bit more aggressive playstyle without the actual movement speed being increased there. But also, too, let's not forget that Phoenix's abilities allow him to heal himself, so that kind of makes things a little bit easier, especially, too, if you are going to be going out on your own, whereas we see a lot of Neons really rely on support from their team to be able to be enabled for those types of kills. Phoenix is a little bit more self-sustained, which is pretty nice.
All about that self-sustain. Right now, though, are getting a little bit of a lineup here on the B side. Just trying to check and see if they can find anyone, and Pan's leading the charge here. Walking through that wall, just seeing it up and available. Out goes the Prowler. Looking at all corners. You clear at least 1 or 2. But there you go. Kyber in the back corner. I mean, yeah, this kind of hurts. Kyber's like, all right, guys, help.
Just really taking time. Gonna commit the fastball just a little bit off there, as actually the rest of OTSU just kind of walk through. The spike is down, but it is recovered. Pants is able to pick it up in the back line, wrecking havoc, but eventually gets taken down by Revenge on that chamber pick yet again. Ionator just on the other side of the corner. Tosses up the wall, but the spike is in such a bad spot. Catches Tim and Penguin with a flash out, though, and that's gonna be an easy kill.
30 seconds
Welcome
left.
to episode 1 of getting caught with your pants down right there. That is an unfortunate moment. Last time we saw someone get away with sending util and then being able to get the kill.
One enemy remaining.
This time around, it's a little bit more painful, as again, the spike has yet to go down, and Hayden getting dropped by Revenge. Gonna make it that much harder. Upside with a great crouch and spray to the body. Is able to lock down OTSU's first pistol win here in the series.
That was a little bit chaotic, and honestly, I think it's just Pans getting separated from the rest of the team. Goes for the curveball just around the corner, swings out just at the wrong time, and just gets blinded. Now, while that was happening and Pans walked into that little section, the rest of OTSU just kind of swung out off of their own flashes and were able to sweep up the kills and also to drop the spike. And at that point, CU White's attacking strategy started to crumble right in front of them. They're going to be trying to change things up a little bit to try and catch OTSU off guard, but they have to step out of the way of that 0 point. So already things are a little bit slower. And on top of that too, the weapon disadvantage is going to be real in this round.
Yeah. OTSU, we have not seen them play with an advantage thus far. And Kyber is saying, yeah, this is why you don't let us do that. Great first pick again. With a deep spread once again. You can see CU White trying to hide around this angle, trying to split between Art and Main. A little bit of a question mark though. Again, you're splitting a 1-3 with the Phoenix off on the edge, so might not enjoy what they spot here. Pans gets eliminated by Timid Penguin, who again has been a very solid rock for this squad. CU White getting absolutely mowed out of that main side and are now going to try and chase over to B with a single chamber to block them off.
Yeah, right now it's almost like we're in an airport in the 50s. Just smokes everywhere. And there's nothing you can do to run away and hide from them. Honestly, I think that OTSU have been really good with this Astra pick in being able to set up these smokes defensively in order to just allow them to spray things through. And now it's just up to Eonator, just over there. Easy cleanup. Flawless round from ODSU. That is really good for them.
I'm impressed at this OTSU squad, right? Like this is much cleaner. I don't know what happened. And again, this is CU White's map pick, so maybe just teams have a habit of, if it's not our map pick, we got to play harder, and the other team is just like, yeah, it's our map pick, so we don't have to play as hard, right? I don't know, but it's a nice start. And again, you can't call too much off the first 3 rounds, as much as I like to give them, but it just felt cleaner, right? Overall, OTSU felt a little bit more confident in their defensive side, and that's why I wanted to point it out. Let's hope they can keep it up here, though, even into this bonus round.
Yeah, and already a utility being used to try and stall things out. Revenge, just good timing off of that, is able to get a couple of bullets in. Fortunately, doesn't find anything. Spans goes more or less unscathed. It's going to be a very similar execute with this Viper's wall up. But if they get that spike there in time is going to be the question. The Viper's poison must be running out at this point.
Alright, call out here. The Bulldog screaming that someone's around the corner. And Hayden said, yeah, that's a problem. Revenge said, yeah, that's a problem for you. Pan said, you can't revenge the Revengers. Snoozers said, give me that chance. Water mowing him down as well as CU White make a mockery of this round. Bonus round, of course, going in their favor. And Tim and Penguin, yeah, Water's got to look down to make that hitbox a little bit smaller, which I think is appropriate. Just one more catch would be enough, but Snoozers with a great swing.
Yeah, and wow. You know what? They are able to at least take Hayden down, so that's going to drop one rifle, but CU White just right back into things. Obviously, the gun advantage very securely in their favor, and OTSU were doing the best that they could to try and stall things out and play around with the advantage that they had. But so far, CU White, their execute on B looks a lot more viable on their execute on A. Of course, we haven't really seen it in the rifle round, so I'm a little excited to see what type of strategies they're going to be able to bust out here. Last time, their complete undoing was buy one Nebula placed in the choke. I hope that's not going to be the case this time, because you can't be a one-trick pony just continuously prodding that B site. OTSU will be catching on eventually.
I mean, there are some points where, you know, if it's not broke, don't fix it. We aren't at that point yet, though, right? We are not at that point. Guns are out, and it's actually a hard push from OTSU, right? We have not seen them do this in quite some time, but here on Pearl, they feel a little bit more obliged to it. Right now, Hayden, though, is able to find a secondary swing on Timid Penguin, and Penguin, unfortunately, missing out on those shots. Hayden getting spotted out in this corner, though, by the rest of the team, and CU White are going to go and help change it up. Run it back being used here.
Oh, no.
Slowing things down, and it's going to be a swing of one. TK able to live, and Kyber able to finish off Water.
And that's going to be huge. Now, we do see CU White get themselves a little bit stuck onto mid. Still, though, it's 4v4. And, oh, Kyber just misses Pans, and Pans is able to get the kill there. Phoenix is just passing by like ships at night. And now, CU White are going to be executing onto this A site. Still, the Astra is in
30
place.
seconds left.
Let's see if that's going to be enough to be able to stop, potentially, this push forwards.
Big question mark right there, but time will tell. Great shot from Revenge.
Last player
And
standing.
TK able to trade things up, but it's 1v2 now.
Spike
I
planted.
mean, right now it's going to be a hard one. You have an op. You're not exactly thrilled about that notion. Quiet peek though. Revenge, what are you looking at?
Last player standing.
Oh, my gosh! Oh my gosh, that just happened. The shorty in one, and you get a chance, but
Oh.
Eonator was able to get the shot first. You know what? You made it look good. I give huge props to Revenge. It looked good right there.
Yeah, we love our shorty plays here, everybody. Shorties, they're great. Honestly, I don't know how you could have otherwise played that one. Just tap the spike, wait for the Viper to drop the orb before you potentially push in. It's just a tough situation, but it's more than enough for CU White to be able to roll things forwards. Their money looking nice and powerful. They're able to buy up rifles completely, while OTSU, they're not going to have as much in their pockets this time. Notably, CU White was really good at sustaining their mid control on that previous round. And I think on a map like Pearl, mid control is extremely important to punish both of these sites. Look at that. It's like a little bit of a maze, and as a result, you can pretty much go wherever you want as long as you're being a little bit careful.
All about playing those smart plays and not sticking your foot out a little bit too far for the opponent to hit. Hands walking forward here, and Timid Penguin last time lost out on some of those shots, and this time around gets a shot off and didn't get hit at all, so much better situation than before. However, Kyber is going to fall to Eonator. And with that kill, puts it in a 3v5 and opens up a wide range of opportunities. Eonator getting ready with that wall, is going to lay it down, cuts off line of sight onto Revenge. Revenge going to have to play this one a little bit tough and says, listen, that ain't going to stop me at all. Great hall smoke here, blocking off line of sight once again, and Revenge going to take a little bit of time. Timid Penguin finds Pants.
Here we go. Viper Spit is going to be deployed here. That's going to make the tour de force not as effective. Unfortunately, unless you want to be moving in. But smart move. It's going to enable a proper plant here. Oh, just missed the timing. Did spot it out. Goes for the swing. Pulls out the head under Revenge. That's a massive pick. Now the Viper Spit is going to be down here. Water able to find Timid Penguin. Snoozers finds upside as well. And suddenly it is all down to Revenge in a 1v2 scenario. Tour de force in hand. Goes for the swing. Spots one out. Able to clean up Water. Now 1v1 Snoozers just around the corner. Has this Vandal in hand. Is good with it. But Revenge is just a little bit better. Tour de force put to complete work. A nice little 4K to close out that round, and that is a statement coming out from ODSU.
Hey, yo, what did I say? What did I say? It is the series of individuals stepping up over and over again. It is not stopping here, Marks. This is... It's out of control
stuff
right now. It's so out of control. It was... I mean, we saw it kind of building up, right? Revenge, getting a snapshot and getting an opportunity to swap to the Headhunter mid-battle and still winning that fight against the Viper, dropping the Viper's pit, get a swing with that tour de force again. It was a ridiculous set of plays that caught CU White completely off guard.
Yeah, and I love seeing really good chamber plays, and that was perfect. You know, it's so difficult to come back from that. I think, honestly, if you are CU White, that is a little bit of a heartbreaker to lose. And already, it's so aggressive coming out from OTSU, already just pushing through, and they've taken one person out. Tour de force, though, from Hayden is going to be good for a pick on to Timid Penguin. TK Vic, though, holds the angle. The timing is just perfect for TK Vic to slip away.
Very quietly, having a chance. And again, even with that loss, you can see CU White really showing off and saying, this is still our map pick. We're doing quite well on our own. A little bit of information gathering not going to be used as well as they would have liked. CU White pushing up through this midpoint. saying we will quietly gather our thoughts. OTSU waiting in diligence.
Yeah, just really taking their time. CU White are paying a lot of respect to this OTSU defense.
30 seconds
But
left.
they do know that OTSU likes to be a little bit more aggressive. Revenge, a massive pick onto Hayden. That's going to shut down the tour de force. But Pans is able to scoop up a Vandal. And it actually looks like this Cosmic Divide, the fake worked out. So CU White should be able to get the spike down relatively easy. They are starting to run out of time, though, so they have to go a little bit quicker.
TK
Spike planted.
saying this is our chance.
Oh.
Eonator with the stinger, though, lights up upside, turns him downside down. Eonator wants one more, but the Nightfall is going to call through, and
Last player
look at that
standing.
little bit of a point. Kyber is able, through the muffled noise on the side of CU White, to collect their own. I think that is very well done. OTSU, this time not playing off of individuals, but team-coordinated utility. Very nicely done.
Yeah, and this is the thing about Phoenix's ultimate. Honestly, I don't think Phoenix's ultimate gets enough credit. Obviously, when you're talking about the run it back, it's like, oh, he just walks in and dies, and then he just resets, and people can camp out by it. But when you have a really effective player, it's like a second chance at life. You're able to just kind of go in there, frag out as much as you can, and play more aggressively, which can really just change the pace on the people that you're actually pushing into. And we saw Kyber play that perfectly. He obviously had a little bit of support to make sure that that was a little bit cleaner, but regardless, great stuff coming out from him. Now, this is going to be a B-side hit. CU White very confident on their lineups and setups here. Let's see if Revenge has anything to say about it. Misses the first shot.
Joke's over. You're dead.
It's a quiet one to be said either way, and I mean, it's a shot. That's all you really care about right now with the running back and the Nightfall. It's all utilized, and I think we only caught one. But TK Vic said, listen, we don't even have to worry about that. The running back is down. Revenge still has multiple shots on the operator and looks for another, is able to snap it. Revenge said, it is time. Let me unleash my true power. Gets 3 shots, looking for a 4th. Can't find it. Run. Everyone's going to snap it right back. Upside said, give me a chance. Takes a swing. Can't find it. One more with the Headhunter. Get another 4K. Come on, do it. Hayden sprays down 1. It's a slow crawl. You see the gun. Shot 1, shot 2. A second 4K in 7 rounds for Revenge.
Look at Revenge's kills. I'm sorry. 15. Has 15 kills. The tour de force seems like it's offline for 1 round, and in a single round, it's already back. It's unbelievable stuff coming out from this player right now. And just to give everybody else an idea, take a look at everybody else's kills right now. The next highest is 5. Revenge has tripled that and only died twice. What? That's insanity. There's no. That makes sense why OTSU are winning 5-2 right now. When you've got someone like Revenge fragging out that hard and just being such a deterrent for that. Starting us off again. Revenge has been activated and is definitely just punishing CU White for anything that they want to do.
5 in a row so far,
Ooh,
and Pan said we're done. Finally done, and even drops the op. It was a statement shot to be made right there. Pans was like, we're done. We are so done with this. Down goes Revenge, but the mark is still made, right? OTSU still in a 4v4. Pans with the op in hand, though, still decided to pick it up. It's going to be a chance, right? Again, Revenge was the only one on this B side, and with that player down, CU White understand that the long-range battle is no longer for the time being. They can crawl up a little bit further and try and make a little bit of a play on their own. Snoozer's going to drop down those stars and activate them, block off all line of sight, and OTSU still playing this one nice and slow. Multiple members still stuck in mid, and now finally being able to rotate over and give themselves the best opportunity to make this retake work.
Here we go. Haunt's going to be traded. Okay, no command activated. TK Vic is able to actually spot one out there. Tosses out the tether as well. That's going to get a couple of their members stuck on the wall. Pans goes in for it, but gets shot down. It's trades left, right, and
so
center. But ultimately, OTSU, they're grouped up, and they're playing off of each other. And they're going to get that defuse, making the scoreline 6-2.
And I give huge props again. This OTSU has started utilizing this combination of, I want to say, second lives very, very nicely, right? Something that some teams will like to do is, again, as we said with the Phoenix, just run in there, right? Take a couple shots, give it our best shot, and then walk away. That's all you do. But I think a very underutilized tactic is using that second life as a shield, right? Using it as a front shield and just say, listen, We know you're going to be fine after this. Run forward, take the bullets for us, let us shoot as well behind you, and it catches the opponent off guard. That's actually what happened with Timid Penguin there. Utilized the null command, dropped after getting the first kill, and the rest of OTSU just filed in right behind. A beautiful coordinated play that enabled the safest possible option, giving them now the largest lead that we've seen out of all the maps so far, a 4-round lead for OTSU.
Ooh, Hayden able to find Kyber. Upside though, trades it back onto Pans. Upside goes for the swing again, but it's Stinger meta, baby. Snoozer's able to come out on top. A couple of Stingers, and they make this one work. Already 3 members down on OTSU. Spike is down. Only a Chamber and a Fade remain. This is going to be a tough one. And just for good measure, they're going to throw up the Cosmic Divide, make it even more difficult. Revenge going to be walking through with an Operator. Let's see if he's able to come out on top as Xenonator holds really far back into the spawn.
Where are you?
I mean, this might be even a time for OTSU to try and play this one safe. As you can see, a 2v4. You don't want to lose the big guns in hand. No reason not to back off. I like this call. Hayden, though, chasing right now. And we know what happens when you chase Revenge. TK, though, says, yeah, but I found the snoozer. Sorry, guys. Easy pick up there. And it's a 3-round win. 2 still alive here. Ooh. And Hayden able to find Revenge. He was hiding off on the corner. Huge
Doesn't get the
right
Operator.
There. Yeah,
Doesn't get the Operator, though.
I mean, listen, that was a secondary, I think. That's a secondary prize if you're able to get it. The main thing is you knock down Revenge at this point, right? You don't even care about the gun. Screw the gun. Don't worry about the gun. Just get the kill on Revenge and don't let him keep stacking up econ.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. I mean, the thing is, though, like, Revenge has that tour de force ready, so an Operator will be brought back into this, whereas I think it would have been a little bit better for their economy if Hayden was able to pick that one up, but just the timing was a little bit off there. Regardless, like you said, CU White, a very good momentum shift. Hayden being really aggressive this time. Just going to walk things through, immediately takes out the trademark, sets up the rendezvous, and is going all the way back into spawn. Finds TKVix so quickly. This is unprecedented aggression from CU White.
I think this is because they really haven't had a chance because of this. Revenge again, usually holding B long, said don't even worry about it. The main and ramp will do their own work. Revenge has single-handedly locked down this B site with nary a challenge. Looking for a third, can't find it, but it's enough. It forces CU White back, and the rest of the team is ready to collapse. Take a look at where Timid Penguin is, though. Timid Penguin wrapping around the side, ready with a 3K repeater. Oh, no. Oh, no. Gets a spray, can't find it.
Wow.
Snoozers said you can't touch this.
Oh, just timing is just a little bit too tough. Thankfully, Snoozers is still alive, so they will be able to set up their smokes. But you know what? It's not looking good. They don't have too many flashes to work off of, and I'm not too sure that the Prowlers are still online for CU White. They're going to have to try and make this happen to the best of their ability, but they're going to have to deal with this defense. Starting out with the pick on Revenge is a great way to do this. Water completely just turning things around, but Upside is turning them upside down.
Oh!
And you hate to see that. Kyber probably thought,
no!
Sorry, Pans thought, it was probably his own wall. Safe to walk through it, but the fire is going to burn you if it's not friendly fire.
No, Upside. Upside. Oh, no. We have gotten confirmation as well. You can see it behind. The text chat feels so bad. And this is kind of the downside to having multiple mirror agents, right? This is the downside, is you forget what's yours. And I can't even blame them, right? I cannot blame them at all for doing that. Feels bad. The problem is you did it when Upside was still alive, so of course you get the spray of the /FF. I mean, listen, Upside, I get that you like doing that, but you can't really say FF when there were some problems back in game number 1. But right now in game number 2, wholly understood. 7-3 is a score as OTSU are lighting up the kill feed, but CU White being able to bite back a little bit harder as Revenge just Revenge. Listen, Revenge hit 30 bomb I think last game. And is looking to do that in like half the round count.
Ooh, well, Pans able to take that one. This time going to play off of the friendly wall. Looking to potentially get, never mind, the spike all the way onto the A side. Only 2 defenders remain here. So the fake is going to be good. As once it goes down, okay. Let's see how this goes. It's 2v2 now. This is actually a really good situation for OTSU. If they're able to isolate Snoozers, take him out, then it's suddenly just a 2v1 retake. And that's going to be a lot easier than trying to do a 2v1 with one person in the flank.
Well, take a little bit of time. OTSU. It's a quiet walk. Very, very quiet walk here.
I need to stop.
See White, though, trying to lay down some of their own stars and snoozers. Saying, hey, this is our chance. Very quiet angle held. Timid giving away a lot of information. But, of course, with that spike, I mean, you got to get on the defusal. Timid Penguin is going to switch to the left, swings to the right, looking left, looking right. And they get halfway point. Halfway
Smart.
point is good. Can you get
Smart.
the other? Yes, you do. Timid Penguin said, revenge, give me strength. And it is done. 5-round difference. OTSU looking like a different beast here on Pearl.
And that's such unfortunate spacing on that spike. The thing was Upside was able to just hang onto the corner and stick the defuse there. And as a result, they didn't have to worry about splitting their attention in 2 different directions. Sure, you know that somebody is going to be coming around the corner there, coming in from the main spot onto A, but you also know somebody is closer to mid. So let's just focus on one side and then just rely on the wall to be able to watch our back before we swing onto the other side. And so that just works out. You can allow yourself to make sure that you're always swinging off of each other, and 2 people are able to survive. So great stuff coming out from OTSU Esports Navy, sorry. And see White, they've got the tour de force online, but this half has really just started to slip away from them.
It's one of those moments that you know just one of the players got straight into the zone, and it's like, I mean, there's not much you can do, right? It's very, very difficult to deal with someone that's so on point. You're going to try your best, though, as the Viper's Pit goes down, and once again, this time around, you're just searching, right? OTSU watching as the spike goes down, and Water's going to be off in the back corner. So where did they actually go for this? Kyber rushing in and gets immediately annihilated. So really, really quick frag out of the run it back. Nicely done, so not much more collateral will go through. Pants is zoned out. Suppressed, but Hayden able to drop, giving us a quick taste of what the opposing side can do. Great shots as 3 go down. 2 left alive as Upside and Co. are going to do their best. This one, I mean, it is a hard uphill battle. Revenge able to grab one. And for another, you dance straight into the crosshair. Can't get much more. You know what? CU White, they found the code to break. It was just dropping a bunch of ultis to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard in the Viper's Pit, right? Like, when you have Revenge at those 20 kills, you throw up the Viper's Pit. Okay, Operator, not going to do it too well. Thankfully, had the Shorty able to get at least one, but still, it's all an uphill battle from there. So, great thinking from CU White. Like you said, a pretty expensive one, but it was the last round in the half, so it is 8-4. Right now, OTSU pretty firmly in the lead, but I want to see what their defense is going to be. Notably, they don't have a Viper coming into this, where CU White went for the double smokes. And I think that that is going to really help them out, especially too in trying to stall things and really just slow the momentum of OTSU. So let's see how OTSU want to try and counter that. It could be a result of the KO pick.
I mean, it could be, and if that's what it really is, they need to come up with a strat fast for it. Hayden, though, getting locked out. Very nice pick by OTSU. As in this pistol, they're saying, listen, we want to continue. We want to not give CU White a single chance at coming back.
Playing a little bit slowly, now making their way through mid. And once again, I love this mid control because you can make a decision. Even after you've kind of pushed up, if you want to double back and just kind of swing around, potentially catch someone off guard. It's almost like a big rectangle in mid. And now we're going to be seeing OTSU start to make their way towards that A site. But look at that. They've already started to spread themselves out. But try and potentially catch people off guard. And Revenge is successfully able to do so. Snoozer's in the back. Also gets caught out by Kyber. And that's going to be such an easy plant. Now it's 2v5. So you might have to come up big. But Ionator, not expecting Revenge to be so pushed up, is able to win it out with the classic.
Very, very well done. And Timid Penguin with the right click ensures that it's a 1v4. Water about to be dried up here. TK Vic gives one more headshot, and OTSU take another pistol. This is something that, again, they were not able to do in game number 1. Game number 1, both pistols were handily taken by CU White. OTSU doing it in a much more dominant fashion, 9-4. 4 rounds away from taking this series and continuing their undefeated run.
Yeah. I mean, listen, this is going to be good, and it's actually going to force CU White to go full stingers, except for Hayden. Probably has a couple of bullets in the headhunter he wants to use, so that's going to work out. But the stingers, it's going to be interesting. I think that they're really good for being able to secure mid, but they have to play in rattier corners here. Otherwise, the stingers are not going to get as much value as you would want. Sure, you know, when you're aiming down sight, it does switch to semi-auto, and they're a little bit more accurate, but you're not going to be able to find the same value as you would out of a Spectre or a Marshal. So let's see how this one goes and whether or not OTSU are completely caught off guard.
Could be enough. I mean, you sting hard enough and you hit hard enough, someone's going to cry out in pain.
Depends if someone's allergic to.
Yeah, I mean, they could be allergic to stingers. I don't see a single one on their end, so could be. OTSU, sorry for the terrible puns. OTSU gonna go ahead and wrap their way in. Gotta check the corner though, and it's given away. Hayden though! Hayden said bye-bye, Kyber. Rude corner check there, and Revenge is just like, bruh, like that actually happened here. Is going to try and chase their own way out now as a single player is currently corridored off in B Hall. And Hayden gets a 2K. Pans is able to light out as well, and CU White might get another thrifty round, or pseudo-thrifty, is what they say. Revenge, though, says, hey, listen, I got the Marshal, gets a snapshot to the chest, lights up Hayden. DK Vic, though, it's a question mark. It's a hard one, and I mean, there's not much more we can say about it. Pans able to flow out, and no double digits just yet. CU White locked down the second round of the half.
And that's just CU White playing fun little angles. You know, you're not expecting them to be here, and as a result, you're just going to get punished for it. OTSU have been feeling a lot more confident lately, and I think that they just got punished for not doing the basics properly. Unfortunately for them, now their economy is going to be a little bit weaker, as CU White will have those Spectres to be able to bonus in this round. It's going to be OTSU looking to bring Vandals and Phantoms into the next one, so they have to go for more or less that full save. Let's see how this goes, though. You know, if they clear out, get a couple of nice little headshots, then things could be better, especially given the fact that they will have a couple of Sheriffs. They're going back for a mid-strat, which they looked really good on in the very first round, but that was just pistols. Spectres bring a completely different story.
Yeah, listen, those Spectres can get you. Scary stuff, and it is a spooky Halloween season, so you know.
Yeah, there you go.
DK Vic though said the Sheriff's gonna put some ghosts away. No TSU, still waiting things out, trying to play it slow. Oh, Revenge. Sixth Sense speaks volume. Said, ain't no one gonna sneak up behind me. Kyber just trying to lay down a bit more information as well. So, CU White, again, pressed up a little bit more aggressively, but OTSU played it safely and pushed back against it. No one going down just yet, except upside. Fine Snoozer gets a weapon of their own.
Yeah, and that's also the spike too, so has to be a little bit careful there. Revenge is caught off guard, upside, blinded, Pans, good for the swing, and now the spike is going to be down. Kyber tries the same technique, but not able to find anything. Only 3 attackers remain. Weapon advantage very secure here.
Ooh.
Goes for the, oh, that was
Wow.
disgusting. And now the spike should be able to get picked up. Water's still in the back of the site though. Is going to use the Prowler to add a little bit more aggression. But the tether goes in, and it is going to be missing. Okay, gets actually TK Vic through the side. The spike still goes down, which is pretty good. Timid Penguin in the back line. Now, josses the fragment down to deny the spike plant. Catches Water off, and suddenly it's a 1v1 orbital.
Are you kidding me? Hayden, why'd you have to take it away from Penguin? Penguin made such a ridiculous play. Oh my gosh, that was... huge props to Penguin, right? Huge props for being able to lock that one down, and it was so chaotic that you're able to kind of cheat that one in. But Hayden, right? Hayden again. These chambers are popping off, right? At this point, it is a chamber duel. Who is going to have the better game, right? Revenge at 22 kills, Hayden at 14, and looking for just a bit more spice. Full guns are out right now. It's OTSU still chasing that elusive 10th round. If they do put themselves on double digits, don't allow that round differential to close any further.
Yeah, and you know CU White got to be feeling a lot more confident off of those last 2 rounds. Kind of unconventional plays. We almost got to see yet another thrifty coming through, but thankfully able to just kind of close that one out. Now this time, We're going to be looking to pick up this ultimate orb, allow Kyber to get the run it back online, which should allow for a much cleaner site entry. They do have to be able to fade and an Astra, and the Nightfall is a great way to do that. Water caught in the back line, just trying to spray things down. Kyber is forced out of that, but is able to get that recall. Snoozers, though, still good with it. Finds one. Now it's going to be Panza to run it back. Is able to take one out before falling down himself. Really good spray transfer, but just like that, OTSU down to just Revenge, and Revenge has been fragging out, but I don't know that this is going to be possible this time. Hayden Dom with the Stinger wins it. CU White 2 rounds away from potentially tying this up.
Absolute chaos reigns supreme there. And I mean, that was keep in mind, that was OTSU setting most of that, right? You take a look at how much they expended. It was Kyber and TK Vic, I believe, throwing out most of that util and the Nightfall as well as the running back. They're the ones that used as much as they could, right? And the fact that almost nothing came of it means that CU White were well prepared for it. Very well done on their end. Looking to do a bit more coming up here. As again, this is a save round. CU White should be able to lock this one down, but we know how some teams work and how they tend to bite back with some of the lowest equipment possible.
And I'm starting to wonder if whether or not this is just OTSU not having the best knowledge of playing these post-plant position. No way Snoozers gets away with this. Hold on. Hold the phone. Snoozers in the sneakiest position gets caught out. And that is a free rifle for... sorry, the name is escaping me right now. But wow. Kyber able to walk away with a Vandal. That is a huge opening pick.
You can see them cheating in. Kyber said, hey, guess what I got? I have a very fun weapon that's going to cause some problems. CU White realizing that things have gone a little bit awry here. Operator is out. Hayden saying, listen, I got to make a play. Going to try and pull a Revenge here. Revenge is going to pick up another orb and bring out the Operator of their own. Say, hey, now we got 2 rifles to deal with. And you know what can happen here. Water finds Tim and Penguin. Information is given. It's going to be a little bit of split check on the back end, though. This is going to be a question mark. Hayden said drop him like it's hot. Kyber said drop water like it's hot. Steam is all that's left as Kyber is now on a 3K.
Yeah, and this is really good because Kyber's so pushed up, can also heal himself inside of the fire. Still, though, they decide to go for it. Hayden gets taken out, but just like that, it's a 1v1.
Oh, my God.
Ionator is good for it. I don't think I necessarily agree with that call, but... CU White, they win it out. They're now 1 round away from tying it up against OTSU.
Gotta agree with you on that one, right? OTSU had the option. They had a little bit of time where, honestly, Kyber was making a great flank, but they decided to walk in almost 1 by 1. Hayden was able to pick up 2, and CU White just capitalized. Ionator now with a Viper's Pit. And you can see for OTSU, the ult economy is not great either. Kyber was not able to... easily pick up that run it back. All you have is that null command as well as the cosmic divide. These are not, I want to say, phenomenal ultimates to be able to get to work with. However, the guns that you do have get a bit more balance. What can you do here? Timid Penguin, though, so far has not had the best game either. Has gotten skill checked quite a few times.
Yeah, Kyber trying to find an opening opportunity onto Snoozers. Almost gets taken out himself, but thankfully, once again, the hot hands allows for a little bit of that healing. The spike's still all the way back. OTSU, they also have a null command to work off of. So there are a couple of options available. The Prowler gets expended, doesn't quite find Pans. Now they're just leaving things up to Kyber to be able to find an opening here. Trademark gets shot down. That's going to be a little bit of information, but the spike is still all the way back in spawn orbital.
I don't really see any problem with this one right now. Just keep chasing, try and find those kills, and do some work from there, right? That's what you really want. You want to find that opening frag, and Kyber has been so on point checking. And spotted out Ionator, able to get a great Fang down. Really, really nice job. Timid Penguin now getting locked out.
30 seconds
Hands
left.
saying, look, I did the work. Gets a double swing. Kyber
No
is able to lock
way.
down 2, though. And again, in comes Kyber, taken up after Revenge, saying, hey, let me do some work here. Heals back up to 100. Kyber is now ready to help out the rest of the team here on A time to be had for OTSU.
Wow, that was Kyber just getting into that positioning, and that's why having that mid control is just so important, especially for the attackers. You could just work your way around, and look at this, CU White, they have to be so careful walking around here. They can't just run things through because Kyber might just be around the corner. And that's going to take down precious seconds for them to be able to do it. The tour de force has also been activated from CU White. And upside goes down. It's going to be 3v4 now.
3v3 or 3.5 versus 3. Spike is going off though, and it sounds like OTSU understand that CU White are just going to let this one fall. In a huge moment here, and one that's sorely needed. They do pick up that that round win. And look at that, the weapons that are carried over are so dangerous.
Dang. See, this is how you want to play with a Phoenix that is kind of popping off like that. Kyber, once again, duelists. I say this over and over again. The point of a duelist is to get you space, right? Usually we think of it in the traditional sense, like let's go and get space on a site and really just flush it out. They're the first person to entry in, and then of course there's a little bit of a gamble. But the thing is, too, they're also extremely effective at getting space in places like mid. We saw how that Phoenix can just heal himself consistently, and that allowed Kyber to be able to walk into different locations and consistently catch CU White off guard, making that round so much easier for the rest of OTSU. Water, the haunt doesn't quite go where he wants it, but that's going to be all right for OTSU. They still have that null command online, and Kyber has a run it back available if required. Could be going for a fastball, goes in onto A. Almost finds Snoozers.
I mean, Snoozer's having to run away, and honestly, Kyber has done so well. Great use of
That's
that
the site.
flashbang. So well done. So well done. And yes, you got on A site. The problem is the rest of the team can't really lock it in as nicely as you can. Hayden now being suppressed. Everyone knows where they are, and yep, that's a shot. We kind of expected that. Revenge, if given the opportunity, will absolutely light up this kill feed. Pans, though, finding someone running and looking for the opportunity, finds one. Great to be had, but Timmy Penguin gets a one-on-one. Upside getting burned down. And Pans mollies out upside, so 2v2 right now. Great retake so far.
2v2. Revenge, though, still down here. The tether goes in. Misses it, does get flashed off, able to escape around the corner, goes for the first one. Water gets pinged up as well, just has to play the time down, but knowing Revenge, probably going to try and get that frag as well. Just plays things super slowly around the corner. Misses the first shot, and look at that, CU White just hold the defuse. Fortunately, Revenge not able to get the kill. That is the one problem with the operator. You have to land your shots, otherwise it's just too easy for the diffuser.
That one feels bad, especially with how well Revenge has done over the course. Missing an op shot in that crucial moment bites a bit hard, right? That bites very, very hard here. And again, these are two teams that also understand you gotta plant it, you gotta stick it, right? There is no fake defuse. We've seen fake defuses, I think, twice, 2 or 3 times over the course of this series. The rest of them is just like, yeah, get to the halfway point and finish the defuse. So well done again to CU White to keep it within 1 after a 5-round deficit. OTSU charging on to this B site though, and Viper's Pit gonna completely lock them out.
Yeah, look at that. Also, too, a run it back used by Pans. Looking for value here, runs it in, but Kyber's able to find that one. So unfortunately, the ultimate not getting as much value as this Viper's Pit is going to be. But here we go. Kyber is going in. He's going in hard, looking for the first one. Run it back activated, just gets completely domed in the back line there. Ionator good for yet another one. CU White looking to tie up this series. The Spike now down in the middle of the Viper's Pit. It's so difficult for OTSU.
No chance whatsoever. The fact that they even forced this is crazy enough to me, right? The fact that they chose to force B site, even though the Viper's Pit went down with almost no ultis of their own, lends me to a bit of desperation. That does worry me for the coming rounds, as now we get tied up once again. And this is going to be CU White's possible first flawless round. Upside getting tagged on the back end. I mean, Hayden. Wanting a single chance. We're going to get a little bit of a peek. Yeah, Pans is going to lock that one in. A first flawless for the team. I mean, CU White, this is a chance. We are down to the final rounds once again. And I mean, Marks, at this point, I'm assuming we're going to go to OT just based off of this one.
I mean, hey, history does have a habit of repeating itself, so it's looking like that is definitely a possibility right now. CU White have looked so clean in this so far, only losing 2 rounds, gaining 6 for themselves. OTSU. Kyber going to have a Vandal here, but the rest of the squad are going to be back onto that save. They need to get their economy back in check if they want to be able to win this one out. Revenge 3 orbs away from getting that tour de force online. That's not too easy. So it's going to be a 5-man rush coming in through mid with Pans just on the other side. The flash goes out, but actually just misses. So Revenge is able to take his head off.
This is actually, I really like this. You play up close and personal because you know you need to break that window open. You say you don't want to let him take that, you know, very, very quick early body, and that's a huge chance. Now Revenge is going to fall. Eonator realizes that the pick game is real. Kyber, with that major rifle in hand, is going to be checking corners. You can't look too quickly. Hayden is going to get locked down to 73 HP, still able to live. That is huge. 3v3 now. Guns in CU White's hands. The play is made. TK Vic getting around the corner. Huge chance, though, at OTSU here in this 50 round.
Yeah, and they have more than enough utility to be able to pull this off. The snake bites in particular are going to be extremely powerful, but of course the Nightfall as well. TK Vic is going to go down first. They need to be able to defend this. Timid Penguin can't find anything. Hayden is just so clean with it. The Vandal Spray does come through for an upside, but gets shut down. They're unable to walk away with that one. Next round, let's see if they're able to pull things back. We'll have enough money to at least be able to buy the rifles that they need.
The team just don't want to give up. The team just do not want to give up, and it feels like the team that was in the lead before will always fall to the wayside. For the first time, CU White are able to gather a semblance of a lead. One round, in the most crucial moment, they have been able to swing back in their favor. And right now, OTSU realize this is their last gun round. This is the last chance for them to be able to hard lock around and be able to fight back against CU White. They have bought up the operator in hand, and they're looking. Suppression goes out, not really finding anyone. Timid Penguin has yet to win a major gun duel in their own right, and that is a little bit of a hard one to bring. Revenge, though, winning around. See the shoulder, he gets it. That's a big one. Hayden is down. Revenge wiping the sweat off the brow.
And that's going to allow for a little bit of opening, but OTSU are a little bit more timid in their approach. Play things a lot slower, and Kyber now using the box strategy. We love to see it. Might be able to walk away with something, but I think that Snoozers is really just going to take the time there. I think the biggest deal right now is going to be dealing with Pans, especially two coming in from the flank. Pans has been extremely effective at catching OTSU off guard, especially after these curveballs are thrown. The timing just not working out, unfortunately, yet again. A Nightfall comes through. Here's the aggression coming in from OTSU.
He actually didn't really find anyone. Keep in mind, that Nightfall didn't really catch anyone off, and that means it was kind of underutilized. The OTSU gonna wait. Snoozers is able to find Revenge. Upside finds Snoozers to trade back and forth. 4v3. Pans, though, as you said, looking like the big winner here. Gets 2. Looking for one more. 33 HP on that Phoenix. Down to a 2v2. CU White feeling really, really good, but Timid Penguin finds Eonator. And Upside finds Pans. It is tied once again.
Oh man, down to the wire. Pants has been doing so much for CU White on this defense. Honestly, Hayden was kind of leaving in what's the word? Just the influence he was having over the game. But now that they're on the defense, you could just tell that Pans has been lighting it up. And that's what we want to see out of your Phoenix. You want to see that Phoenix getting more aggressive, moving things out a little bit more, catching people off guard, and being able to secure a lot more kills. They forced out the Cosmic Divide to make sure that OTSU were able to win that one. It was a must, and they pull it together, but still a very expensive round for them. 2 more rounds. Either team, if they get it, they're going to be closing out this map.
I'm too far.
I mean, there's a bit more weight on CU White's side, though. Keep in mind, if OTSU win this one, they close out the series, right? They're real happy about that one. For CU White, they win here. They got a whole other game to play. That's a long stretch. Again, we have pretty much gone the distance. We will be going at the end of this game full 24 on maps 1 and 2, with map 1 going a little bit further. I know Stretch had these teams been playing willy-nilly. It has been consistent aggression and high performance on both ends. So TK Vic looking for that chance. Throws out a bit of util, grabs a spike, gonna rush over to the B side as the teams are gonna try and themselves in a nice little moment. Revenge just spraying away, trying to get some semblance of a pick, trying to get that hit registry and not finding it. Because of that, they're actually going to rotate out, and a chance over there in mid. Oh, wow. The A corner is actually getting a little bit dicey, and Kyber with the swing. What a headshot.
That's really good. Pans, though, still alive just around the corner. The Haunt goes out from water. Might have actually given some information. Does just go for the spray, but doesn't find the kill. Pans is ready for it, though. That's going to be dropping the spike. They have to go for it quick. Okay, here we go. Revenge goes through, able to actually clean up the Pans, and just enough time for that spike to go down. Hayden gets suppressed. Has this operator not expecting Kyber to be nice, close, and personal. Suddenly, it's all up to the Eonator. Has this Phantom in hand. Kyber just watching the angles, but now OTSU will have plenty of time to set themselves up, get those crossfires enabled, make it so much more difficult for anything to happen here. Kyber goes to the swing, gets shot down. Now it's 2v1. Eonator knows roughly where they are, but upside goes through the operator shot, and will carry that gun into the next round as well, as OTSU are on match point.
I mean, I can't believe it, right? I cannot believe what just happened. Kyber went absolute beast mode right there. No hesitation, running in, getting those frags. And Pans tried their best, right? Pans tried as hard as they could to make an opportunity work, but it just wasn't meant to be. And CU White, what they do have in their hands are a crap ton of ultimates, right? The run it back right now for Pans is very important. Same with Snoozes with that Cosmic Divide. If there was any time to gather those ultimates, it is right now. However, the two of the forces are matched, so Hayden has to be well aware of that. OTSU playing quietly, playing very, very reserved, haven't even stepped out into any major halls.
And I wonder how the nerves of CU White are feeling right now. They've got to be nervous. They know that this is going to be it. They're so close. Forcing out that map number 3, but Kyber, tour de force gets shut down. Still, Cosmic Divide, as well as the run it back, available for CU White, so they will be able to play retake if necessary. Curveballs have been really good from Kyber, but still, Pants has been doing a good job at just, honestly, fragging out good old-fashioned way.
I mean, this is so impressive on either end. It's been so close, and Kyber gets a second swing. Revenge. Kyber might be stealing your thunder here, and Revenge said, not today. Pans, the one that has consistently been a thorn. And OTSU side is down, and this gives them a huge chance to break in. Upside is going to find Eonator, and it's down to a 1v5 of all times to be on point. It is now OTSU watching water. You got to go upstream now. You find one. Upside is down. Kyber looking for another up in the heaven side. That's going to be right in the back corner. Timid Penguin with a final canister will find that kill. It is 13-11, 24 rounds played out here in game number 2. And OTSU, we now realize, yes, they may be undefeated in game score, but by no means is it an easy journey.
To quote a famous movie, do you bleed? Well, OTSU, they still maintain it. They haven't lost the map just quite yet. But wow, CU White look really darn good. And honestly, I thought that they were going to be taking that Pearl map off of OTSU towards the end there. But OTSU just figure it out off of the heroics of Kyber's Phoenix pick, have just kind of locked it in. Revenge just fragging so hard as well. They're able to pull out the win, and they're able to close it out 2-0, keeping that perfect record nice and squeaky clean.
And I mean, I give props all the way through, right? This is a squad that has taken the most rounds off of OTSU that we've seen so far, right? In 2 games. Very, very impressive overall. I can't wait to see more of CU White. I want to see more of them overall, and I want to see them into the playoffs. So hopefully this 2-3 setup here in week 5 does not deter them any further. But that's gonna be that's gonna be it for us here on the B stream for NECC. There's still more games being played out though. I do believe right now CU Black is actually playing over on the main stream, over on the H stream there against UH Pristine. Go ahead, check them out. But for myself and Marks, we are done for the evening. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you all next time.